never make it this far. They hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger. Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. When they ask what's the motive, don't talk about the show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and they're keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing, keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger, cause it can get bigger.
Ladies and gentlemen, salute to the community, bro. We are 10 days out. Give it up. Let's go, man. 10 days out. We are 10 days out. Don't let them lie to you. Don't let them fool you. If you're a real boxing fan, you got to be dialed in for this event next weekend. Clearly, this is nothing to look over. We are past dismissing the value of this fight. We are past dismissing the competitive nature of this fight. We are past dismissing any one of these fighters' ability to defeat one another. A lot of us are past the argument that either one of these fighters can't hurt each other. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a fight next Saturday night. Courtesy of Netflix, courtesy of Riyadh season Saudi Arabia on Netflix, ushering in a new era of boxing, destroying and putting the pay-per-view model to rest with this weekend coming up. We will have a huge audience watching this fight. This happening right here in America, Las Vegas, Allegiant Stadium, 60,000 plus people in the stadium. This is going to send a message to the boxing world about American boxing. This is going to open the door and open the possibilities of casual fans to watch real boxing at its finest, history being made, and we should all celebrate that and be dialed in for that. We should all pray that this works out the way it should be, because everything after this, sky's the limit. We go into November, October. We have fights being announced. In November, we have a big American card going on in Riyadh season. We got Abdullah Mason getting ready to shoot his shot at becoming champion. We got Devin Haney making his return to the space in the real way. We got Brian Norman looking to make a statement, trying to become one of the faces of boxing. We have David Benavidez defending his WBC title, putting himself in position to fight the winner between Artur Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol, or maybe going directly into fighting Artur Beterbiev. We have a lot going on in boxing, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot going on in boxing. And if you're not dialed in, it's okay. It's not for everybody, but who it's for, ain't we having a good time? Ain't we dialed in? Ain't we dialed in? Yeah. Shout out to everybody who is in the building. Of course, if you don't remember, as you're coming in the building, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and hit that like button. Let's help the channel get to where it's got to get to. If it's your first time in the building, take a moment, hit the subscribe button, hit your bell icon so you get notifications when we're doing these lives. I appreciate all the support. Really woke up this morning very grateful, in a good headspace. Went to the gym, put that work in. The gym is probably one of the best things that's ever happened to me on this journey that I'm in right now, getting back in like the best shape that I've been in a long time, cutting and losing a lot of weight, but in a great space, in a grateful space for you guys, just for life, for my wife. Life is good, man. It could be worse, right? Everything isn't perfect, but I'm definitely in a great mental space, man. I'm grateful, man. And you know, this, you know, shows like this one today, super grateful that I can do that and build with you guys, man. And hold on one second here. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. You know, super grateful to be in this space. Shout out to my co-host, Ray Davis, in the building. Salute to Ray Davis. I want to hit the clap it up button for him. Where my soundboard at, man? Hold on a second, man. He's coming back around full circle for you, Ray and Everthing Davis in the building. We got so much boxing to talk about. Clearly, the big thing that we're going to be talking about is this Canelo Alvarez, Terence Crawford. Ray, we're 10 days out. This is the week. We're halfway through that first week. We're starting to see the fighters become more vocal. Terence is speaking. Bomac is speaking. I'm waiting to hear more from Canelo, right? I want to hear from the team how they're feeling about it, what their strategies have been. We've seen Canelo Alvarez bring in Jerron Boots Ennis. It shook up the algorithm. Everybody got nervous. Everybody felt some kind of way. We see Terence Crawford working out in Colorado. He had his like a channel going that's been showing what he's been doing. So he's been doing his own all access, trying to give access. I think this is one of the first ones that I really see him be consistent like that. Seeing him spending time with the family, seeing him working it out with the dynamic between him and Shakur and him and Steve Nelson and him and Lester Martinez, all those fighters that are there getting ready with him for this event. We know Lester Martinez is also going to be fighting against Christian Mbili, another great fight, I think, that's on that card that people aren't talking about enough. And we're going to try to get through it, right? Talk about these cards. We're going to talk about the elephant in the room today, Ray. And the elephant in the room is Bud is going up to, some people consider it 3 weight classes, right? To go fight the pound for pound undisputed champion at 168 pounds in Canelo Alvarez. And we got to speak to the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is, how is Bud's power? How is the strength? How is the structure of his body going to translate in that? Is he going to be able to weather that storm? Is he in over his head? We're going to talk about all that today. Announcements made. Looks like we're this much closer to seeing Joseph Parker take his stay busy fight against Fabio Wardley. We'll talk about that. Floyd Schofield seems to be, it looks like it's getting closer. It was going to be between Lucas Body for that WBA potential interim title or against Raymond Moratala for that IBF title. From what I can tell, it looks like we're leaning towards the Raymond Moratala side. I was watching Kid Austin working out. Been following him on social media. He looks great. He looks like he's in great shape. But of course, we're going to talk about the elephant in the room for that as well, because if it indeed is going to be the IBF, it's one thing to look good during camp when you're fighting and you're sparring and you're doing everything at 160, 165 pounds. It's a whole nother thing to have a 10-pound rehydration clause on you and can't be past 145 pounds the morning of the fight. We'll talk about that as well. I think you had some news too. You were speaking to me about a little bit earlier about some Monster Inoue news. You'll bring that up. We got things going on there as well. Man, bro, boxing is going in right now. So we got so much to talk about, man. Let me go ahead and do a roll call real quick, and then I want you to go ahead and say salute to everybody. Shout out to PHX Patriot. Salute. Says 10 days till Crawford make everyone cry. Salute Mr. Rain in chat. Yo, for sure, man. 10 days. Listen, this fight, no matter who wins or loses, boxing wins, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what I know. And that's what I believe in my heart, right? Clearly, I don't hide my hand. I'm supportive of Terence Crawford. I want to see him win this. I want to see him shut up the haters. I want to see him achieve something that just separates him from the rest of the space, right? And that's what this fight is for him. It's called separation. Okay, you said it was average that I did this. You said it was regular that I did this. You said my resume is in question. You want to question two weight class, undisputed 4-weight class champion? That's what's up. But if I beat Canelo Alvarez, the undisputed 168-pound champion, and I take it to this next level, the face of boxing, as you guys say he is, then I'm undeniable. I'm undeniable. And I'm excited for my brother Terrence Crawford for even getting an opportunity to do something like this. It's up to him to capitalize on it. We know the stakes are high, but yeah, man, 10 days, man. Salute to Mo Taylor in the building, says, Clay, blessings, brother. Blessings back at you, fam. Salute to Country Q in the building. Salute, salute, salute. Shout out to my guy, Literary Farrell. Literary Farrell saw me on my little mission the other day, saw me sweating, coming out the gym, and, gave me some real good pointers on things I could do to get this weight down and be in shape, man. I appreciate you, Literary Farrell. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to my brother Enzo in the building. No doubt, man. Darkest Light in the building. That's interesting. Darkest Light in the building. Hey, yo! Salute to you, man. Devontae said, finally catching you live, King, the only channel that matters right now. Oh, wow, man. Thank you, brother. Hey, we're going to give it to you straight, no chaser, unbiased, objective, and we're going to talk about boxing. We're going to talk about these fights. We're going to talk about the possible results. We're going to give you the best and the closest opportunity at being able to figure out for yourself which side you're leaning on. Listen, there's arguments to be made on either side of this conversation. There's arguments to be made on the Canelo Alvarez side, clearly, and there's arguments to be made on the Terrence Crawford side. We're going to try to talk about it all today because, man, this fight is dangerous. 50-50 fight as far as I'm concerned. That means your guy can lose, my guy can lose. Listen, man, like I told you guys in the beginning, boxing will win no matter what at the end of this fight, man. But I'm excited. The heart is moving. The heart is beating fast, man. The heart is beating fast. Shout out to the pugilists in the building. Says, this is the Alexis Arguello versus Aaron Pryor level matchup of 168. Bud executes Arguello style better than Canelo executes Pryor style. Bud wins. Ooh, I like it. I like it, man. Shout out to Crawler. Lock in the building. So what's up, Claymore? Salute, respect, and salute to you, man. Respect 90210, man. I'm just praying Netflix not freezing. Oh, man, we could talk about that a little later too, man. Hopefully they prepared for this. They've had a huge event already with Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. They saw how that went. It was great for the amount of people who tapped in to see the fight, but it was horrible. Looks like they weren't bracing for the worst case scenario, which was that their servers would be crashing. We definitely want this to work out better this time, man. Big, huge, era-defining fight here, man. Please, Netflix, please put your best foot forward on this one, man. You know what I mean? Please put your best foot forward. Mr. Lightning Boxing says, Clay. Salute, Mr. Lightning Boxing. Hope everything's good with you. My guy, Bradley, 6836 also gave me some advice about cutting this weight. He said it was a lifestyle. And you're right, Bradley. That's what we're doing. It's a lifestyle. We're not making it temporary. We're going for the long run. We're eating clean. We're working out the right way. Listen, I'm a 48-year-old man, so we're not out there trying to break records. I'm not breaking my back with the weight. We're just getting some good strength and some good resistance, man. Challenging ourselves in that gym and eating right and sleeping right too, man. Salute to you, Bradley. Appreciate you, man. Somebody trying to call me. I gotta send them to the Shadow Realm. We will talk to you later, wherever you are. Salute to Man X Hunt in the building. Salute to you, family. Hope everything is good with you, man. Mine, yours in the building. Says salute, Clay. Salute, Ray. 10 days till Bud cook Canelo, man. Is you excited? I'm telling you, the space is excited. And Ray, for as much pushback, we got so much to talk about. For as much pushback as this fight got, for as much pushback as, in amazing. I put out a video earlier this week and it was inspiring to me. I woke up inspired, right? Thinking about this fight, because if you've ever tried to achieve something that nobody believed in but yourself, you can relate to where Bud is at right now. For this moment right now, most of us can only dream of all of our hard work and our aspiration culminate to this moment that everybody told us we couldn't do it. And for him to be in this situation, man, he has no reason, absolutely no reason to listen to a hater. He has absolutely no reason to give any value to what somebody who thinks he can't do something would say to him. He has way too much data to support his argument that what I put my mind to, what God got for me, no man can hold for me, bro. I was just inspired when I thought about this fight. Win, lose, or draw, man. Terrence Bud Crawford has been on a mission. When you think about the adversity, how many opportunities he had to take that knee, from him being a child and his mother paying for people to whoop his ass, from him getting shot in the back of the head, from him being on the wrong side of the street with Top Rank, from him trying to negotiate with Errol Spence as an independent fighter, for him even going up to 154. They tried to block him from getting that WBO title for Tim Zune. He had to go the WBA route. And then to finally come full circle to be face-to-face with Canelo Alvarez inside the ring after that William Skull fight, to have that confirmation that he was not only going to get that fight with Canelo Alvarez, but get an opportunity to be a 3-weight class undisputed champion. That man has no reason to listen to nobody who has anything to say about him and his abilities, or put a ceiling over what he can do versus what he can't do, man. He's got to be super confident going to this fight. Salute. Let's see here. Okay. Is anybody I'm missing here? Shout out to Andre Wilkerson, DJ Stratosphere in the building. Say, yo, what's up, Clay? Salute to you, family. What's up to you, man? Benny Bronca, a.k.a. the Cardenas, in the building, says, all I can say, I don't know if y'all noticed this or not, when Bud sticks his tongue out, means he's gotten hit too hard, then want to fight. Hey, man, listen, man, we can look at all of the gestures. We can try to look at the signs. We can use all the triangle theory we want. Brother, styles make fights. That's one thing I know from watching boxing, as long as I've been watching boxing. Very, very interesting style clash. The veterans in the game, the pound-for-pound best fighters in the game, your favorite fighters like Dimitri Bivol, the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world like Alexander Usyk, right? These fighters, these people who've been watching boxing forever, the Teddy Atlases, the people who have seen it from the beginning and also been in the ring. I think this space is a little shocked a little bit to see how many people actually pick Crawford to win this fight, man. The sweet science should never be slept on. The sweet science can never be slept on. The sweet science can never be just marginalized to just a bigger guy and a smaller guy, or a harder puncher versus or what you think is not so much of a hard puncher. That sweet science, where there's a will, there's a way. The method to the madness is what we wait to see on September 13th in that ring. We wait to see that mad scientist called Bomac and that mad scientist called Eddie Reynoso and their monsters called Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford clash inside that ring. Shout out to Frankenstein. If you know the story, I don't need to go that too much deeper than that, right? Let's see here. Man, literally, Alfaro says, after much analysis, I see the chin and power of Nello being the two factors that will help him prevail. Once Bud gets touched, he'll have to make a health decision. A semi-bike rally might be an option. Hey, man, you never know, bro. I ain't the one taking the punches. So listen, man, we saw Jamel Charlo feel that power, and he made that decision, right? He said, you live to fight. You live to fight another day. And he got the hell up out of Dodge, bro. And who are we to really throw shots at that, man? Because I don't want no smoke with Canelo, man. It is what it is, man. Shout out to my guy Shelton Moore in the building. Says, Clay, Ray, this is it, man. 10 days away. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man. Des 215 in the building with the triple salute. Salute back at you, fam. My guy HLD in the building with the 3 peace signs, man. It's 10 days away, HL. Oh, we got to talk about it, man. And look, man, looks like Tiafimo and Shakur Stevenson, looks like it's working. Look, looks like everybody's on the same page. The conversation is going well. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have a fight. We might have a fight, man. You never know. Hey, man, even a garbage can gets a steak. A broken clock is right twice a day. And if this goes the way it looks like it's going, we might have another legacy fight, another fight that might not be possible without the help of Turkey Al-Sheikh and Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson, man. You asked for it, we give it to you. We give it to you. Shout out to Tyree Howard in the building. Murder 2-1 in the building. Salute to you, family. Literary Farrell with the color in the chat. I appreciate the support, man. $5 holla, man. Thank you for all the color, man. And guys, I always try to encourage you guys, man. Put the color in the chat, man. Help us out, man. Help the channel get to where it wants to go to. I would love one day to be able to walk away from everything that I'm doing on the outside. Not everything, but from the thing that holds me from here. And I'd love to be doing a morning show every single morning, bro. I swear, fo. You know what I mean? I swear forward. I would love to, right? So, but that lined up with you guys supporting the channel. Anything helps. $2, $5, $100, $1,000, whatever you got. We appreciate it. Salute to my guy, Bruce Gas Boxing in the building says, salute brothers Ray and Clay. Salute to you, Bruce Garrett, the scholar among scholars in the building, man. Let's see here. Man, shout out to New Country Guy in the building says, good morning, Clay in the panel and chat. Salute, salute, salute. Okay, man. All right, man. We got a whole bunch of stuff, man. Wesley Clay in the building said, can Bud stand his power? Yeah, man, that's a question we all gotta get an answer, man. Shout out to Colorado Spock in the building. Some of y'all know him as JR Spock. Salute to you, family. Man, let's get at it, man. Ray, how you feeling, man? Talk to me, man. How you feeling, man? We 10 days out, man. It's Wednesday.
No, man. Listen, I'm such a hard spot. I'm between a rock and a hard place on who's gonna win this fight. I'm literally like, and shout out to Colorado Spot, because he just shouted me out, you know what I mean? But and everyone else that I shouted out in the chat already. What's up, Frequent? Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
Walaikum salam, Frequent.
Listen, when I tell you, Clay, I had to put a tally together, put categories. I can't wait to talk about it. And I'm gonna ask you some of these categories, and I'm gonna ask you who you edge, and I'm gonna write them down too. And we're gonna see how we match up, right? We're gonna come to the average. It's so crazy with the categories, Clay. I have to probably come up with one more because I have it 8-8. It's crazy. I'm like, yo, it's that close. Like I can't even give the homie that. Like I'm like, bro, because I believe Bud can do it, but I'm scared Canelo can do it. You know what I mean? And I don't mean scared. Like I'm just like, you know what I mean? I don't want Bud walking into something he don't see. Basically, you know what I mean? Like what Shaq say to Kobe when he got traded from the Lakers to the Heat? You ever see a Ferrari run into a Mack truck? So You know what I mean? It kind of got me there. Like, is Bud the Ferrari? Is Canelo the Mack truck? But then it raises questions because I know everybody keep talking about this power. Right. And I'm not going to tell you power ain't everything, but it's power strength. See, a lot of people confuse the two. Because when it comes to strength, I'm giving it to Bud. I think Bud has a better leverage on the strength of this in this fight. And that can make the difference. You know what I mean? You can make up for the power with the IQ. I think they're both about the same with IQ. You know what I mean? So it's some good ways of thinking this through, man. And
I agree with you on one thing specifically. I think the power. I think there's some things we're going to be looking forward to seeing in this fight, and we talked about a little bit before we went online, but I'll never forget when I saw Terrence Crawford push Errol Spence off to the side when they got into that little clinch, and he just kind of pushed him off. Immediately in that moment, I was in my living room with my wife. My son was in there. My oldest daughter. Was my youngest daughter there? She might have been there too. And my stepson was in the living room.
I hope she ain't here.
And I can't remember so many people in the room that day, but I remember right then and there saying, "Oh, it's over." I immediately said, "It's over." And my son was like, "What are you talking about?" Because my son was picking Errol. I'm like, brother, that's the only thing I had in my mind as far as a question was concerned about what was going to separate Errol from Bud in that fight. For me personally, everything else, I knew Bud could compete at the highest level, and he's probably better than Spence in so many different conversations. But I knew that power and that strength was something that I wasn't too sure about going into that fight. So I know for me, it's going to play a big factor. And clearly, everybody who's talking about this fight, everybody, I think 9 out of 10 people who's talking about this fight, the big thing that they're talking about is the elephant in the room, bro, which is the size difference, the strength, and who's actually going to be that guy in the ring. Outside of that, you know, this fight is 50-50, and in some conversations, leaning more towards Bud.
Right. So if you talk about power, just bringing up Errol Spence and Bud Crawford in that situation, Earl had the power, right? He was supposed to be the power puncher, the stronger guy, but they keep relating power to strength. It kind of works hand in hand, but strength is a little bit more detailed than power. Power is a part of strength, and I think a lot of people kind of like underline that as capitalizing them as both, but they're not. Mm-hmm. They may have the power, but like I said, the strength is where what matters at that point. And I think that if you know what I mean. Yeah, you're right, Benny Bronca. He could get clipped from the power. Absolutely. Guess what happened? Earl could have clipped him from the power too. And guess what Bud did? He laughed at him. He said that's all he got, right?
Right.
So we hoping with the strength plays a part in the case of, I mean, that Bud walks in there and able to be durable. In a sense, right,
and manage it correctly, right? Because we don't want Bud sitting there getting hit flush But at the end of the day, his ability to turn into these shots, not get hit cleanly, is a big part of this conversation. Because listen, man, Bud hits Canelo Alvarez clean, bad things can happen to Canelo as well. I think Canelo has a tested chin, but you know, listen, man, timing is everything, man. Hitting somebody at the right time with a shot they don't see coming, it can make a big difference. And you can see Canelo Alvarez get hurt in this fight. You can see Canelo Alvarez get put on his pockets. And let me tell you something else. Being that he's not used to getting put on his pockets, he's not used to getting hurt. Where does what is the psychology of a Canelo Alvarez is used to weathering these storms go if Terrence is able to hurt him, right? I spoke about this before, Ray, but the adjustments. I don't feel that Canelo Alvarez has had to make a lot of adjustments in his past, 6, 7 fights, right? Like the last time he probably had to make who? Triple G, right? Exactly. Triple G was the last time I feel like he had to make an adjustment. The last time he was supposed to and should have made the adjustment was against Dimitri Bivol, and he didn't. He didn't do too well. He looked like he was kind of stuck. So we're looking at a fighter who's aged as well, who's not the same fighter. If you're looking at the fighter who fought Danny Jacobs or who fought Floyd Mayweather, if you're looking for that fighter to jump in the ring, does that fighter still exist? Is that fighter still a fighter that is that the fighter who's going to really get in the ring with Terrence Crawford, right? And shout out to HLD says Buzz can't hurt Canelo. You know, that's an absolute answer. And I'm telling you, those absolute answers sometimes age like milk. Because one thing about this boxing space, absolute is not until after the fight, from my experience. The only thing that's absolute is the results after the fight. We don't know. People swore up and down on 12 stacks of Bibles that Terrence Crawford was going to be the weaker fighter, that Errol Spence, that he was not going to be able to take those shots from Errol Spence, and that he was not stronger. He was coming up from 140 pounds. He wasn't a natural 147 pound. All those different conversations that we heard floating out into the boxing atmosphere, all of that got debunked. Because it turned out that wasn't the case. It is what it is, right, Ray?
Right. And not to mention that, like we both know they got ring IQ, but let's look at who they've been training with, right? We all, I don't know why they were kicking Boots back in for training with Canelo, but regardless, Canelo's trying to get with a slick fighter so he can make adjustments in his camp. But let's look at another side of this. We forgot that Bud went over there and trained with Floyd, right? The guy who beat Canelo, a guy that has tips for fighting Canelo. Not just Floyd, but he also fought somebody or trained with somebody that's in the that was a light heavyweight, aka super middleweight champion. And Andre Ward was a good friend of his. And he got in the ring with him too, and he got some pointers from what to do and what to take and how to adjust. Right. So, 2 undefeated fighters in their careers, both I think in their primes when they retired, even though Floyd came back and fought a little later. Experience and details, right? So those things are little key moments that are chips that you can put up on Bud's situation or his points. And then you take the other side where you got Canelo. He went in there with Boots. We only know Boots. We don't know who else he been in there with. But hey, it was
and we don't know what Boots showed him.
Exactly.
Listen, Boots has changed in the past years as well. He's not as he's switch hitting. That's there for him. But Boots also likes to stand in there and exchange. He likes to get that work in. Right. I've heard stories about Boots's sparring stories about Boots. He likes to hurt people. If Terrence Crawford is not dialed into hurting Canelo that way, what did Boots really prepare Canelo for? You know what I mean? If he's standing there, Boots is standing there sparring him the way he fought David Avenesian and the way he fought Karen and the way he, you know what I'm saying? The way he's fighting these fighters, the way he fought Stanionis. Is Terrence getting ready to go fight Canelo Alvarez the way Boots fought those fighters? So what did Boots really prepare Canelo for?
Don't just being a slick fighter, I suppose, Clay, and someone that can switch hit. That's it. That's the only thing I can think of.
Right. Shout out to Andre Wilkerson too. And that's definitely the case. I know a lot of people took offense to it and tried to turn it into something that it wasn't, but I think it was as clear as day as what was being said. That when Terrence said Boots ain't me, when Bomac said Boots ain't Terrence, he's not.
Right.
He's not. You know what I'm saying? Terrence is a decorated 4-weight class, 2-weight class undisputed champion, and he does not fight like Boots.
Right.
It is what it is.
The only thing he could have gained from is the experience that, from what you hear, the rumors, and I'm not going to say these rumors because they are rumors, but, if Boots was getting the best of him or whatever the case may be, or giving him some good work, some good tips. Who's to say that Canelo was there Boots was there for Canelo, and Canelo wasn't there for Boots because he is having a fight with Virgil later. Mm-hmm. So that could have been, that could have been for benefit, or it could have just been for both. And for the market things, Clay, I think they're just missing that point. But like I said, Bud has some experience. He has a lot of people in his corner that's looking for this win, and experience helps. Like I said, the pointer from Andre Ward, pointer from Floyd Mayweather. I'm pretty sure he talked to somebody.
Shakur counts. Shakur brings that cerebral. This Terrence Crawford is going to be super cerebral in this fight, bro. He's going to be a thinking man in this fight. He has to manage every point of this fight. He has to manage the exchanges. He has to manage the distance. He has to manage the clock. He has to manage the rounds. He has to make sure he's winning in rounds. It's going to be very cerebral, and I think we got to see, as much as we got to look on Terrence Crawford's side of the conversation, we got to look on Canelo Alvarez's side of the conversation as well, because if he's not paying attention and he's not managing, if he's just looking to cut the ring off, if he's looking to get a Caleb Plant, for example, type of result, he may get that could be used against him. Terrence Crawford can use all of that energy against Canelo Alvarez. Right. And I'm telling you guys, like, styles make fights. And the last time Canelo Alvarez was in a fight with a mental, cerebral type of fighter, in my opinion, was Dimitri Bivol, a fighter who celebrates Terrence Crawford's style, who gave Canelo Alvarez a lot of issues. And he didn't give Canelo Alvarez issues because he was big. He gave him issues because he was a better boxer, because he had the longer arms, because he had the better footwork, because he was able to outscore Canelo Alvarez ultimately. And yes, he was able to put his punches together, make some powerful shots that forced Canelo Alvarez, to shell up a little bit against the ropes. But Canelo also was frustrated and annoyed in that fight because he couldn't figure it out. So we got to the point and I'm going to tell you, Canelo starts doing that nonsense where he lays up against the ropes and he's inviting the drama. That is not going to work with Terrence Crawford. He's not falling for that. He's not just going to sit there attacking Canelo because Canelo's like, come on, show me what you got. Canelo's going to have to be on his toes. He's going to have to be cerebral. He's going to have to set shots up. He's going to have to see shots coming. He's going to have to box in this fight. This is going to be a real competitive fight, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very, very confident.
Right. I hate to say it. When we tell you what I think this fight going to look like, you're going to laugh. Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. fought Oscar De La Hoya.
Right. Cesar Chavez thought he was going to OD pressure him and OD put him into all that. And Oscar showed him like, nah, man, I'm light on my toes. I'm good on these combinations. I understand what this is. He's going to, And it's going to come down to, in my opinion, Ray, and I'm keeping 100 with you, man. It's going to come down to Canelo Alvarez's ability to adjust. What does he do when he runs into the wall that this ain't working? What I did against Caleb ain't going to work in this fight. What I did against John Ryder ain't going to work in this fight. What I did against Triple G ain't going to work in this fight. Triple G was standing in front of me toe-to-toe going at it. We was hitting each other. It was a Mexican shootout. Right. What happens when that doesn't work? When you're not able to bait Terrence Crawford into fighting your fight, when you're not able to just pin him against the ropes and cut the ring off and just do what you want. When Terrence starts to find his legs up under him, when his body campaign starts to become effective, when he starts winning these exchanges, when his timing starts to bother your speed, what do you adjust? What do you go to?
Right. What senior citizen version were you talking about, HLD? Because you fought Chavez twice. Chavez was the champ at one point, or both times. I don't think he was a senior the first time they fought.
Yeah, I mean, look, it don't matter. There's always a reason. If Bud wins this fight, there's going to be a reason.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
there's going to be, Canelo, he's not the same fighter. I don't know what happened. His legs just wasn't there. He's lucky he found the Canelo Alvarez that wasn't. There's going to be something, bro. There's always something. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter, bro. We're not talking about prime Canelo here. We're not talking about prime Terrence. The question is, the version of Canelo Alvarez that shows up on September 13th versus the version of Terrence Crawford that shows us on September 13th. One man stands at the end with his hands raised up and the other guy takes a loss. Who's it going to be? Forget all the intangible, forget all the nonsense. Forget about why Oscar beat Cesar Chavez. Forget about why Tito Trinidad beat Oscar De La Hoya, right? Forget about why Floyd Mayweather beat Oscar De La Hoya. Forget about why Manny Pacquiao beat Oscar De La Hoya, right? Forget about why Antonio Tarver beat Roy Jones. The guys who showed up in the ring that night, Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence, the guys who show up in the ring that night, 90% of the time, these guys are going into the ring with some sort of injury. Something happened. They're not 100%. The guy that shows up in the ring that night, those two gentlemen, the best versions of themselves that they can bring into the ring that night after a long camp, who wins at the end of that night? And whoever wins at the end of the night is the undisputed champion and is a face of boxing for this era of boxing, bro. No excuses.
Agreed. And I'm giving respect to Canelo because you know what? At the end of the day, I too, Clay, am rooting for Bud. But I just got to call it as it is. It's a 50-50 fight. Like, we don't know what's going to happen until that bell rings. So for me to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, Bud going to beat him every which way. Now, I actually just added another category because I wasn't thinking. When I added that category,
if you do that, I would have looked at you crazy.
Right? You know what I mean? But anybody that sits there and just sleeps on Canelo like he's not this great fighter or he's not a guy that survived 4 decades of fighting, pretty much, damn it. You got to be out of your mind. I know it ain't 4 decades. I am exaggerating, people. Please don't take me serious.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, we got like 50-something people in the building. Let's make sure we're hitting that like button as we step into the building. I know it's not instinctively the first thing you're thinking about doing, but take a moment, go ahead and hit that like button. Helps the channel. It's for free, man.
Yes, sir. And that means, yes, everybody catch up. And if you want to sit in the back, no problem. Participate when we ask. That's all.
Hit the like button, man.
You know what I mean? But yeah, man, listen. And if Bud loses, listen, there's nothing wrong with dare to be great because sure as hell when Bibble whipped on Canelo, he dared to be great. And y'all was all for it. It's okay. Yeah, so it's okay either way, man.
Man, Bud is winning. Bud and Canelo winning no matter what because they're both getting these huge paydays. They're both involved in the biggest fight. Trust me, Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran both were in the greatest fight. You know what I'm saying? One of the greatest fights. Marvin Hagler and Sugar Ray, there was a loser and a winner, but both of them was in the ring with each other. George Foreman and Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali, like both these guys is part of history being made, man. They've already won. Right now it's a competitive fight in the ring between both of these gentlemen, and man, the pugilists are going to have a conversation on September 13th. Man, they're going to jump in that ring and have a real conversation, man.
Right. I'm gonna take a call real quick.
Yeah, do what you do, brother. Do what you do. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Hold on one second. Let me just make an adjustment here. Boop. Let me go ahead and do that, and of course, do this right here. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting night of fights. And on that undercard, we got Christian Mbili versus Lester Martinez, another great fight shootout. Lester Martinez, a fighter who's going to get his opportunity on a big stage. We've seen Lester Martinez on Pro Box and different things of that nature. But, I mean, a great fighter, power puncher, knockout artist, and Christian Mbili looking to make even more of an argument as to why he should be in the conversation of potentially fighting the winner of this fight between Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford. I believe there's an interim title on the line. If I'm correct, I believe Christian Mbili is coming in here with an interim WBC title. So, you know, big fights on this undercard as well. And an understatement on the matchmaking on this undercard. Straight up. Big time understatement on the matchmaking on this undercard. Just because you don't know the fighters, it's not only the fighter themselves, whether or not you want to see that particular fighter or not, but it's also the matchmaking. Styles make fights. When you're looking at Serhii Bohachuk and a Brian, is it Brian Adams? I can't remember what his name is. Anderson, what is his name? I gotta pull this up, man. Stop playing games. Let me pull it up right here real quick here. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Adams. Sorry, Brandon Adams. Correct. Brandon Adams. That fight right there stylistically is going to be a great fight as well. Let me see here. Colorado Springs. I think Lester is going to smoke Mbili. Woo! That'll be a big fight right there, man. And I think, is that an upset? If If Lester Martinez beats Christian Mbili or smokes him, is that an upset? You know, Mbili's a fighter that we've been giving a lot of respect to, but, you know, a power puncher. Conditioning at times have been under question. All that muscle, sometimes Mbili's conditioning gets it starts to fade a little bit in the latter rounds. Lester Martinez coming from, Guatemala or Venezuela? Can't remember where he's from, but South America somewhere. His conditioning is usually pretty sound. So there's a good chance Lester could go ahead and take this. I don't know what the odds are, but I personally think it's another 50-50 fight, man. Another 50-50 fight, man. Salute to SOB TV in the building. Says salute, Clay, blessings, my brother. Blessings. Salute back at you, man. Technically, but not really. No doubt. The problem is Bud's defense is lackluster and Canelo has great defense. I'm going to tell you guys like this. Sometimes as boxing fans, we forget how fighters fight based off who's in front of them, right? For example, we're looking at Jaron Ennis fighting a David Avanesian or Karen Kukudadjian or Maniana Stanionis, and we see him get hit a little too much, right? And now all of a sudden we put so much onus on it that we turn this fighter into somebody who has a weak defense, and we don't acknowledge the idea of what a fighter is willing to do in a certain fight versus what a fighter is willing to or not willing to do in another fight, and their ability to strategically plan accordingly and become more defensively responsible based off of the threat that's in front of them, right? So I think watching if you think that Terrence Crawford is going to fight Canelo Alvarez the way he fought Errol, or the way he fought Sean Porter, or, you know, right, or the way he fought an Amir Khan, or you know, the way he fought a Madrimov, I think you might be misplacing what he did in that moment in time versus what his abilities are, what he can do, and what he has planned to do, and what he can execute against a Canelo Alvarez, right? Questions are going to have to be answered in that fight. Who's the faster fighter, right? Who is the stronger fighter, right? Whose punch shot selection is going to be superior? So many different things to take into consideration going into this fight, man. Guys, I'm telling you, this fight right here is going to unlock another hemisphere in a lot of casual boxing fans' brain, because boxing fans who are used to just waiting and looking for the knockout, right? Just waiting on that somebody to get hurt, and you know, they get bored the longer the fight goes and the longer a knockout doesn't happen. I think watching this fight, this is going to be an exciting fight round to round to round until it comes to an ultimate end, whether it's going a full 12 rounds or whether it's, you know, ultimately somebody getting stopped inside of those 12 rounds. We're going to see shots being set up. We're going to see feinting. We're going to see a good jab. We're going to see great head movement, great footwork. We're going to see it all. We're going to see storms being weathered. We're going to see people get hurt, recover from being hurt, and show that grit, show that dog that they have. We're going to see all those different aspects of boxing, and it's going to be a movie in that ring. That's what I'm hoping for. If you ask me, what am I looking for? I'm looking to see a movie. I want to see a movie in that ring. I want to see a movie-worthy fight. I want to see the blood, the guts, the glory. I want to see the victory. I want to see it be earned. I want to see the heart be put on the line. And I think we're going to see that. I think there's a good chance we're going to see that. Shout out to Virgil Wimberly, says, I got Bud winning. Man, it's so amazing how a little over a year ago, this fight was not going to be competitive. Nobody we don't want to see this. This fight ain't going to be competitive. Canelo's just going to, and just showed, you know, really exposed a lot of just casual energy, people who couldn't find a way for Bud to win this fight, people who slept on his ability to gain this weight in a healthy way, to compete at the highest level that this sport has to offer him, and turned it into him being in over his head. And now today you see a lot of people coming out the woodworks, man, just really favoring Bud to win this fight. It's amazing. It's amazing, man. Blaze Pound for Pound says, when have you seen Bud get lulled to sleep? Bud is about to put it all on the line. 100%, man. He's not going to get hypnotized. He's not going to get hypnotized by Canelo Alvarez. He's not going to bait him into something. And that's another thing Canelo does, has done frequently. He's lulled his opponents into false senses of security. You know who else does that constantly? Gervonta. Gervonta lulls his fighters that he's fighting against into a false sense of security. They get too comfortable. Oh, I'm letting my hands go. He's not letting his hands go. And then he starts timing you. Boom, right in the middle of all that. Doop, doop. You're doing the stanky leg, trying to find yourself. Getting a little too confident. I don't think Terrence gets lulled into that false sense of security, bro.
Right. So what I was saying earlier, who also prepared Bud for this fight, which a lot of people are very much forgetting, is a guy named Madrimov. You forgot about him. Yeah, he went up to weight. He fought Madrimov. He learned to adjust with this guy's herky-jerky style, his hands coming forward, up and down, moving just in the Canelo way. You know what I mean? That
hold it down.
Yeah. All that little movement there. Yes, he wasn't putting the pressure on Bud because he was countering with him. But at the same time, he still was herky-jerky. He kind of gave him a lot of different looks that Bud wasn't used to. Bud had to adjust to it. And when he did, he made the right adjustments, and there he goes. He was the victor. So there's a lot of things that go in favor of Bud. As far as Canelo, I mean, like I said, we already know what Canelo has. We know that he's he does like to make you, what Clay just said, false sense of security. False sense of security. He lures you in. He makes you feel that you're coming, you got him and all that, and you can come forward. And as you come forward, you start trying to attack him. What does he do? Is he implements the counter, and that counter is something that always hurts you. So, assalamu alaikum, Del, salute. Yeah, man. So he's always in the in a situation of trying to make you force yourself to be in a situation where you either think you have the upper hand or you don't see it coming. I hate to say it, but I even see Bud even getting dropped in this fight. It sounds crazy, right? But just because he gets dropped doesn't mean that he doesn't have resiliency and forward motion, progress, because that can also take place and that can also happen. But does Canelo get dropped as well? That's the question. And I think that may be also something that we see happening. So I think we get both 10-8 rounds on both fighters. And I think it could even be a 8-8 round or a 9-9 round, whatever you want to call it. But I could also see that happening. I definitely could see both of the fighters going down in a fight equally one time and making adjustments from there. So it's a lot. It's a lot to this fight that it's just the buildup. It's just the magnitude of this fight is just ridiculous. Like I said, there's so many possibilities. Remember Avengers, what was it? Endgame? Was it Endgame?
I don't know which one. I've seen them all, so
I know that's the one when he got the gauntlet, right? When he got all the
first one, that was Infinite, and it was
Infinity Wars.
Infinity Wars 1 and 2.
Okay, so Infinity War. Okay, yeah. So remember he got the gauntlet and he gave him the he saved Tony Stark. And he goes, "Why'd you do that?" He goes, "Because I seen all the possibilities."
Right.
But one. There's only one that's going to hopefully I'm counting on this one to happen. Bro, we can see all the possibilities in the world. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. You can see it from each angle, each side. It could be a power shot. It could be a overpower. It could be a boxing beatdown. It could be counter. It could be the shot you don't see coming. You know what I mean? It could just be a whole bunch of different scenarios of how this fight goes, but only one will prevail. You know what I mean? Just the person that picks it, luckily, is going to get the call. But
listen, it's going to be everything plays into this fight, right? Like
exactly.
Like preparation, strength, speed, timing, and just plain old luck.
Defense.
Well,
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right time, right place. You know what I mean? Everything counts in this fight. The mindset, you know what I mean?
It'll probably be boring. Yo, you crazy for that.
I mean, look, it's a possibility, but I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine it.
I can see it a little bit. You know what I mean?
I can't see Canelo allowing that to happen, and I can't picture Terrence running. I just can't picture him running.
No, he's definitely going to stand there. He's going to stand there.
This fight is like 95% going to be a great fight. I think there's 5%. I'll say 90%.
A great fight. I think there's 5% that is boring.
Who does it feed though, right? Like, does this fight feed the question is, does this fight feed the casual? Does this
absolutely
the casual fans' taste buds as far as a good fight is concerned? Because if this fight becomes super cerebral and And I'm just hoping, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm hoping that this fight is cerebral, but cerebral in a way where
I know you're going with it.
It delivers to the casual fan an exciting cerebral fight to where they can look forward to seeing a Shakur Stevenson perform or Stephen Fulton perform, and I wanted to take the pressure off these fighters who don't necessarily fight that way from fighting that way, if that makes any sense, right?
I'm gonna give you exactly what you're trying to say. You want it to be cerebral, but you don't want it to be technical. Exactly what you're trying to say. You don't want it technical.
No, I want it to be technical, all of it. I want it to be everything.
No. So what I'm saying is, you want that technicality of the cerebral, like the thinking, the mind games, the thoughts through the boxing match, but you want action. You don't want it to be super technical where these guys are just like backing away from each other and 20 feet in the ring.
Yeah, I don't want them to freeze each other out, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. You don't want that. You want a boxing match, and I think that's what we're gonna get. We're definitely gonna get it.
Salute to PX Patriot in the building with the $2, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support to the channel, man. Yeah, let them know, man. We got 70 something viewers in the building, only 47 likes. You guys know, stop being haters. Take a moment. Hit the thumbs up for the channel, man. It costs you nothing. It means everything to the channel, man.
We go in this game together, man. We do this together, man. We ain't up here just like you up here. We up here, man. Smash the like button.
Yeah, and feel free to put some color in the chat as well, man. Appreciate you. And just wanted to let you know the original ones that were refunded. Just okay, thank you. Yeah. We working on multiple levels right here. I'm talking on you. I got going on the phone.
No, you good, bro. Listen, I'm telling you, Clay, there is so much. Like I said, there's so many possibilities. It's almost like that
Salute,
Dr. Strange comment, man. I wish we could play it right now. Where Dr. Strange said, "There's so many possibilities to us winning."
What do you think about
there's only one that guarantees his victory? One possibility. Crazy.
What do you think about Bomac's? Did you see that interview he did in the barbershop, by the way, when he was sitting in a chair getting a haircut? Yes. And what did you think about his response to the reporter? Basically, was letting him know, like, look, there's going to be a size difference. Everybody thinks there's going to be this big size difference. And he stated it very confidently that Canelo's not going to be the bigger guy in that ring.
Right.
How'd you feel about that?
We know that. But that's where I was going with you when we was having our private conversation. Canelo may be the bigger guy because remember, he naturally gets up to 195, 190, whatever in his fights when he wants to. I think it was a couple fights he didn't. I think he stayed under with Berlanga because Berlanga went up to like almost 200, right? And I think he went to like 192 or 189. I could see Canelo getting both coming in bigger to absorb as much as he can from the welterweight or super welterweight, right? For the absorbance. But that's also a key factor that he can't bulk up too much. He can't do the Super Saiyan power up like they did with the Cell games, and he'd be too big where they can't move. You know what I mean? Because then it becomes a problem. So he has to be able to be flexible with his ability to counter and adjust and pause on the flexible thing. Because I know
cut the ring off. You know what I mean? Keep up. Yes,
but he's gonna
come in small.
Right.
I don't think he comes in big. I don't think he believes he's big. He's bigger than Terrence Crawford like that. You know what I mean? I think he understands that the size comparison is very similar, and what he doesn't want to do is slow himself down more than he needs to slow himself down.
With that being said, how does that play a part on Bud, who's naturally 10, 15 pounds smaller than Canelo? Now he comes in and then he puts on that weight and rehydration, or does he stay right where he's at? See what I'm saying? That's where it plays a part in that case.
I believe Terrence Crawford had a camp to where his biggest thing was, I want to be in the best shape I've ever been in. And I think in most of his camps, he's had to dial into the diet, dial into staying inside of a certain weight because he always had to prepare himself for a weight cut. I don't think he's necessarily having to take that into consideration as he did as much as he did before. And I think in this camp, he's more so like, I'm in great shape. I'm as strong as I've ever been. This is maybe the first time in his life or longest period of time where he's been able to focus on focusing on, I can run forever. I'm stronger than I've ever been. My protein is up. Right. My muscles, I can work with these weights, get my muscles where I need to be. I expect a Terrence Crawford to come into this ring that feels great. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like for the first time in a long time, not have to, feel like, oh man, I got to make sure I pace myself a certain way, or, no struggles. This may be the best Terrence Crawford we've ever seen.
I agree.
And on the other side, Canelo Alvarez as well. Shout out to Adam Croyce with the $2, man. I appreciate you, brother. This will be Roach and Davis 2.0, quite possibly, man.
I think it will be. And I was going to say that. And Coach Eddie, like we know, that station wagon on the other side, yeah, he may have some years on the paint of that car, right? That paint may be fading on as in that Ferrari that Terrence Crawford is, but that station wagon, you know what I mean? That rear wheel station wagon with the wood panel on the side, yeah, man, it's got some mileage, bro. And things been driving around for a long time. Tires about to fall off, so that balances out to me. I mean, I think his age is more. Terrence's age is more relevant than Canelo's mileage. I think that
I love the comparison. I like how you put that out there, because I think that's another thing that can be talked about clearly is this age thing, the age gap, right? The who's older in this ring, who's got the wear and tear, who's the guy who's heading out, who's the guy who woke up.
They both heading out.
Morning of that fight.
I got a plan for that.
The guy who woke up.
I seen something.
Okay, who woke up that morning and felt old all of a sudden? Who's been living their life the right way? Who's been making the right moves? Look, Canelo Alvarez. One thing I've always celebrated about Canelo Alvarez is anytime they've shown the all access to his camps, he's always been dialed in. This man goes into the mountains. He's taking cold plunges every morning. He's doing all these different things that keep him strong. He understands, and he's always fought the uphill battle of getting too old in the ring and dealing with making himself strong so he can be less injury prone. This particular camp, we saw Terrence Crawford do something he's never really done before. And I've actually heard him speak against doing it because he said he hates it. He says that it hurts, and I see him do it every single day. Terrence Crawford was cold plunging. And he was cold plunging, in my opinion, because he was ripping a lot of muscle. He was working out a lot, and he needed that recovery. And only cold plunging was going to give him that ability to recover and work every single day. Now, there's also an argument out there to say that we hope neither one of these fighters overwork themselves, that this didn't culminate into a moment to where, Terrence Crawford is weaker just off the strength of, being in the gym too long. He has to, everything has to be weighed out the right way, and the proper sleep, 8+ hours a night, the way he's sparring, the way he's working his conditioning, the way he's working his strength conditioning, and the proper rest in between each one of these sessions to make sure that he's optimizing himself, not just impressing himself in the gym, but that he's allowing his body to heal in the right way so that it can be optimized, leveling up every single week, right? Until he gets to this week where it culminates to. But also on the Canelo Alvarez side of the conversation, is Canelo Alvarez, how many changes did he make to his training camp? Is he training like it's just any other fight, or is he training in a different way because he's going into this camp? And is that going to hurt or help him? Because changes, we're creatures of habits. And sometimes the changes takes away more than we thought it was going to put in. We heard that Jerron Ennis put hands and feet on him in sparring. Was that necessarily what he likes to happen?
That's what we heard.
Yeah. I'm just saying what we heard. I don't know what really happened. I wasn't there.
Right. Rumors are terrible in boxing, bro. Rumors will tell you everything, bro.
It is. It's so many. Listen, man.
It's crazy, Clay.
And how serious did Canelo take this? Because if he took it that serious, he could easily work too hard.
Right.
He can easily be overthinking. And on the big show, man, I love this conversation, Ray. I love this conversation. I'm not even playing. I love this conversation. On the big tape, on the big show, we're going to find out who was really confident going into this fight, because Terrence Crawford, listen, you get to this big stage, bro, you bring what got you there. You know how I feel about that. And I always quote Mike Tyson. What got you there? Terrence Crawford, what got you to this big show? Canelo Alvarez, what got you there? And are you gonna change it up in the ninth inning? Is is Terrence Crawford so different that you had to change it up? And if you did, how's that going to look? Because you're a creature of habits. What you're used to doing is what you should be doing, especially on this big stage. Because if you get beat up, we watched Devin Haney get in the ring with Ryan Garcia, and we saw it. People don't want us to talk about it in this way. They wanted to turn it. But no, Devin did not fight like Devin against Ryan. He changed it up. He decided to be somebody different on his big night, on the biggest stage. And he suffered the consequences of doing that. Who he wasn't in that fight. He knows that. That's why he wants a rematch. He understands that. So which one of these guys are going to change up who they are in this fight? Does Terrence stay confident in who he is and what he brings to the table? I can tell you in his interviews, it sounds like if he's going to lose, he wants to lose being him.
Right.
Canelo, though, and we talk about the pressure in this fight, really Terrence has no real pressure in real time. He's already getting the payday. He's supposed to lose. He's going to fight to win. Canelo has to win this fight. How does Canelo walk into this fight mentally? You think he's dialed in the right way he needs to be? He's definitely dialed in. He's dialed in. We just don't know how he's dialed in. Is he dialed in like, yo, I gotta be on point and I gotta have my head on a swivel because this guy's slick. He's nice. His pedigree's better than me. He's a better boxer than me. I'm the better fighter. This fight needs to be a fight in order for me to win it. I don't want to box with this guy. 12 rounds of boxing. I'm not confident I outbox this guy for 12 rounds. This fight needs to be a fight. Do we see a Canelo Alvarez chasing Terrence Crawford around the ring? Do we see a Canelo Alvarez blowing his load inside the first 3 to 5 rounds, letting his hands go, trying to get Terrence out of there? Do we see that in the combination of Terrence Crawford attacking that body? Do we see a Canelo Alvarez that fades earlier than he normally does because he actually stepped up and tried to out Terrence Crawford?
Hey, I just want to say, tainted meat versus busted gloves. Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have some fun with it, man.
No, I'm here for it, man. I'm here for the whole.
It's so good. So let me get to this list, Clay, of the categories.
Let's do the list.
Right.
Hey guys, 74 people in the building. Salute to everybody in the building. Let's go ahead and make sure we hit that like button as we're coming into the building. I appreciate you and thank you in advance. Thank you. Let's get those likes up, man. We got 57 likes. Let's get that up to past 70, man. I appreciate you guys. Go ahead. I can't wait to hear this list.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. All right. So let's look at it this way. So we're going to go with this way. So we got Canelo versus Bud, right? Bud's going to be the first category. It doesn't matter. I'm going to write it down. So when we talk about the weight coming into the fight, who do you get the advantage to?
The weight?
Yeah, weight.
I'm gonna give it to Canelo. That's his weight class. He should be acclimated. He should have that advantage.
Okay. What about the power? Since everyone's talking about power, who do we get a power to?
I think raw power, punching power, you got to go with Canelo Alvarez. But I do think it's understated how powerful timing is. I think timing and who has the ability to hit somebody with a shot they don't see coming could be.
Well, here comes the next question. If you know what comes with power, you also got. We talked about it. Strength.
Mm-hmm. I think Terrence Crawford is a stronger fighter than Canelo Alvarez.
Okay. Ring IQ. You could pick both if you want. I'm telling you, I pick both in this one. But I think they both got the experience. But you take what you want.
I think this question could be considered loaded to a degree because there's knowledge and then there's wisdom. And I think when we're talking about wisdom, Terrence. Knowledge, both. And I'm talking about wielding the sword and knowing how to wield the sword. I think Terrence wields the sword better. So I'm going to lean towards Terrence.
All right. So now we're going to go with the skills.
They're both very skillful fighters, man. But once again, if we're talking about a tool bag, options, things of that nature, Terrence.
Okay. Let me see. We got speed.
This is going to be an interesting one because I think this fight's going to be speed versus timing.
Right.
I think Terrence has the timing.
Okay. We got counter punching.
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Reach. Obviously,
Terrence.
to put that out there.
Terrence
Okay. Okay. Adjusting.
Terrence. All day.
Okay. I have the better team.
Oh, I think you were thinking of me when you wrote that one on the list. I don't give a damn because you know how much I push.
Maybe.
Team. You know how much I push team, bro. You know how much I push that and how understated that is, and people don't talk about enough. And without a doubt, hands down, Terrence Crawford has one of the best teams in boxing today, and definitely in this match brings the better team, the better gel, the team that's gelled together the best.
Okay.
He has multiple people works. When I think of Canelo Alvarez, I think of Eddie Reynoso and Canelo. And I think that's why we also haven't seen Canelo adjust or change too much in the way he approaches the fight.
Word. Okay. Defense.
Canelo.
Okay.
Canelo.
Let me see.
I gotta give it to Canelo. I can't lie.
Okay. All right. What else we got? Age versus, and that goes both ring age and age also in life.
Listen, brother. I happen to look at it differently. I'm looking at both these guys are close in age. With Canelo going in here like 34 years old.
Yeah, a couple years.
And Bud's going in 37. He'll be 38 towards the end of September. So he's 37 on paper, technically, but you can say 38. If he's closer to 38 than not closer. Listen, man, I think Terrence Bud Crawford is the fresher of the two, bro.
Okay.
So how does that translate? How do we want to how does that translate into answering your question the best way? Because in my heart, I want to say Terrence Crawford. But I think on paper, factually, Terrence Crawford is older than Canelo. So we can get right to the technical facts about it and say that Terrence is an older fighter. But I also think that there's way more wear and tear. I think Canelo Alvarez has been in way more wars. I think just in those Triple G fights, those 2-3 Triple G fights he had, I think that fight with Edgar Berlanga, I think that fight with Dimitri Bivol, I think these fights, he got a lot of hands and feet put on him. You know what I'm saying? He won those fights except for Dimitri. You know what I'm saying? But those were still some wars. And that is probably why he goes up in the mountains and he's doing all these cold water plunges and he's added all these different pieces to his training camp, because I think he's trying to stay, he's trying to stop the clock a little bit. Whereas I think Terrence Crawford for the past, 3 years or so has been very meticulous with his fights. He fought Errol. He waited like a year and a half. Then he fought Madrimov. Then he waited. And now he's about to fight this fight. You know what I'm saying? He's been training and he's been staying on point. And also, Terrence Crawford lives a very clean life. No drinking, no smoking, none of those things. Is Canelo Alvarez living that same life? I don't think so. I think Canelo drinks. I think he eats like shit. I think he does certain things. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think he smokes or nothing like that, but I think Canelo Alvarez lives a good life. I think he lives his best life. So he also does a lot of horseback riding, which I think is wear and tear too. I know a lot of people think that's strength building, which it is, but I think like a weight trainer. I go to the gym every day and you see people up in there who's like, in their late 50s, still moving around a lot of weight. You can see they're strong, but you can also see them take their time when they get up off the bench. You can see them move around. You can see the wear and tear of squatting weight and moving weight, and they're strong. They look good. They look crazy. I ain't gonna lie. But you see them in their moments. You know what I'm saying? When they sit down too long and they get up, you see them do that little stretch. You know what I'm saying? You see them. So I think Terrence Crawford is just a fresher fighter.
All right. Last two. Dangerous.
Listen, face value, it's easy for me to sit here right now and tell you that Canelo Alvarez is the most dangerous fighter, right? But sometimes danger is in the mystery. Sometimes mystery brings danger. The unknown is dangerous.
Okay.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real, and I'm gonna say Canelo Alvarez is a more dangerous fighter.
All right.
I'm gonna say it like that.
Last one. Ready for this one? This is kind of like it's add-on to it. So, I don't want to who has it has like when we talk about his experience, but it's not that experience. It's more of like resume experience. Like who had the toughest fights ultimately, collectively in resume. So who's battle tested?
Now here we go. I'm gonna try to be as honest on face value because I think it's easy just to go to Canelo's resume and say he has the best resume.
Okay.
But I would argue.
You can argue.
I would argue.
This is yours. It's not mine.
That the latter half of Terrence Crawford's career has been more competitive fights for Terrence Crawford than Canelo's latter half. I would say Canelo. Let's go back down Canelo's last few fights here real quick here, right? Let's just look at them real quick here. Real quick. Let me just pull it up. And you tell me the tough fight he was in. Let's look at Canelo. There we go. We got Saul right there.
Almost got hit in the head, bro.
Yeah. Wasn't looking at it because because I was doing this thing right here. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up on the screen so everybody can see what I'm seeing here. Hold on a second here. Box rec. Let's look at Saul, right? Good looking right here. Okay, perfect. Let's move this out the way too. Let's take this out of here. Okay. All right, his last couple of fights, right? William Skull,
right?
Edgar Berlanga,
right?
Jaime Munguia, Jamel Charlo, and John Ryder, right? Right. That's his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights. All right. So
you just said this guy gonna be great with 54.
Hey, bro, listen, bro.
Yo.
Listen, I just want to look. I'm gonna look at it and be honest about it, right? In my opinion. In my opinion,
waste of
right?
time, huh? That was just a waste. So let's skip that fight since you said.
I just said it, man. It's part of the resume. It's there, right?
All right.
We got John Ryder, right? This was in 2023. Yeah, bro. We know, right? Unanimous decision. Knocked Ryder down in round 5. Really, this is one of those fights where I think Canelo Alvarez came up to 168 for these kind of fights, right? Fighters that just skill set wise couldn't match his skills. He had power. He was able to just cookie cutter his way through the 168 division, in my opinion. I think the 168 division made it to where Canelo Alvarez just didn't have to adjust. He didn't face any cerebral problems. It was just about what he could weather and what the opponents in front of him could weather, and John Ryder fell easily, right? Then he went and fought Jamel Charlo. Jamel Charlo on his bike for 12 rounds. No challenge for Canelo Alvarez. And once again, as we're watching these fights and we're talking about these fights, I want to know, is Canelo Alvarez getting better throughout these fights? Is he getting experiences in this fight that are forcing him to evolve into a better fighter? Jamel Charlo did nothing for him. John Ryder did nothing for him. And we know Jamel did nothing for him because by the time we get to the top of this list, which is William Skull, we see that he couldn't even cut that ring off. He cut that ring off better with Jamel than he did with William Skull, right?
Right.
Jaime Munguia, great fight. Loved watching it. Jaime Munguia put that pressure on. But once again, one of the reasons Canelo came to this division, in my opinion, is that he doesn't have to find the fighters at 168. They're not running from him, right? They're not giving him issues. He's not having to cut the ring off, right? Jaime Munguia kind of was like tailor-made to make it an easier night for Canelo Alvarez, who just had to keep that high guard, keep his head off the line, and capitalize off the counterpunch opportunities that were there based on Jaime Munguia's high volume of punching. And you know, punching comes with its advantages and disadvantages. And one of the disadvantages that come with punching is you're leaving yourself open to get punched. Canelo took advantage of that. We saw him knock Jaime Munguia down in round 4, but great fight. Put Jaime Munguia on the map, right? Then the next fight, Edgar Berlanga in 2024. Later that year, he fought Edgar Berlanga. Edgar Berlanga got put on his pockets in round 3, and from that round on, Edgar Berlanga was on his back foot, staying on that jab. Didn't really present any real danger to Canelo Alvarez. Another easy fight for Canelo Alvarez, as far as I'm concerned, stylistically wise. Gave a lot of props to Edgar Berlanga for fighting him like he did for 12 rounds, but didn't really. Did Canelo Alvarez get better at the end of this fight? Did he become a better boxer at the end of this fight? No. Then we go into William Skull. We know what happened with William Skull. That may have been literally worse than the Jamel Charlo fight, or in the same conversation, right? As far as he didn't cut the ring off, he didn't do nothing. He looked regular in that fight. Now let's go to Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford last 5 fights: Israel Madrimov, Errol Spence Jr., David Avanesian, Sean Porter, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Kell Brook. Kell Brook, bro.
Okay.
Great boxer.
Champion. A lot of people felt that he came out of retirement, right, for that fight.
Yeah, well, a lot of people felt like he came out of retirement, and also he was a weathered and beat on fighter. Errol Spence put hands and feet on him. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But in that fight, it was a boxing match. It challenged Bud on a cerebral level. Bud had to be on his game in that fight. You know what I'm saying?
It was a tough fight for Bud. Yep, until he got the knockout.
But he got the knockout. You know what I'm saying? Shawn Porter, we know the story behind this fight. And this fight right here, he literally had to knock him out. Tested. Yeah, there was an argument there that he had to stop him, you know what I'm saying, to win that fight. That fight was very challenging. Shawn Porter was nothing to play with, very aggressive. But ended up stopping Shawn Porter, the only person to ever stop Shawn Porter. You know what I mean? But a fight where I could say on the other side of that fight, I feel Terrence got better. I feel he became a better fighter because of that. David Avanesian. This fight right here was a stay busy fight. We know he was in negotiations with Errol Spence Jr. You know, a lot of people were very upset that he took this fight. I don't think he got better at the end of this fight. You know what I'm saying? I think he just had an opportunity to put on a show for Omaha, and he did that. You know what I mean? Okay. Then Errol Spence Jr. Well, everything that he did in his career culminated to this point. Errol Spence, it wasn't that competitive of a fight. It wasn't competitive at all, in my opinion. He put hands and feet on Errol Spence Jr., but really showcased that he was just, you know, there was an argument there to say that Errol Spence Jr. was the best welterweight in the division going into that fight, and definitely was the second best welterweight in that division after that fight, right? Unless you guys want to talk about Jaron Ennis, who wasn't tried true, he wasn't tested, he wasn't in there with the caliber of fighters that Errol or Terrence was in there with, and we saw what he made him look like. Then we go into the fight that I think is the most significant fight that really woke Terrence up. Was a great tune-up fight, in my opinion. Was the kind of fight that, dare I say, Canelo would have done better fighting Errol Spence, fighting Terrence Crawford on the back end of that Errol Spence fight, rather than fighting this Terrence Crawford on the back end of that Israel Madrimov fight. Because Israel Madrimov jumped around, moved around the ring, showed movement, hit Terrence Crawford, woke Terrence Crawford up and forced Terrence Crawford to adjust and show some different wrinkles in his game. And he showed that he was able to bring those different wrinkles to the surface and win this fight. I don't think there's an argument out there. Maybe some people who want to be, who just want to be indifferent would like to say, but I think Terrence Crawford won this fight very comfortably. And I thought the scorecards represented what I saw too, which was a unanimous decision, but a competitive fight regardless. And the competitive nature of these fights is what makes these fights great fights for Terrence Crawford, and make him a better fight and prepared him better to go into this fight with Saul Alvarez. So I'll pass it back to you and ask you to ask me that question one more time so I can answer it.
Okay. Yes. So now I got to find where it was. Okay. So I said between both of them, I said who had the the most dangerous resume or collective resume overall, like whose fights were ultimately the better tested for this fight.
I think I understand this is going to be controversial. People are going to say Canelo Alvarez's resume did that. I don't believe that the Canelo Alvarez that I believe would have given Terrence Crawford the most issues, right, would have been, let me go back to his record real quick, would have been a Dimitri Bivol, maybe, right? Dimitri Bivol probably got him ready for this fight. Caleb Plant. And I don't believe that fighter from 2022 is guaranteed to get inside the ring in 2025 to fight against Terrence Crawford. I believe Terrence Crawford has this last 5 fights he had, I believe he's elevated in those fights. And I don't believe Canelo Alvarez has elevated. I think he is who he is. And he hasn't had to adjust, and he hasn't had to gotten better.
Word.
So I think there's an edge there for Terrence.
So out of the 15 categories, which is cool, you have it. Bud 10, Canelo 5. What's up, Angelo?
Salute to my brother Angelo Reyes in the building.
I have it closer. And the reason why I have it closer is because I gave a lot of both, and I kind of like seen that they both can have certain things. Like I gave them both the IQ business. You know what I mean? Like I gave them both the ability to counter, because they both really counter with each other. You know what I mean? One fights forward countering, one fights back. Age, I gave them to both of them because I think the ring age as opposed, or the wear and tear to the physical age. You know what I mean? Terrence can wake up out of bed, get out of bed, and You know what I mean? Feel like his bones is cracking. We don't even know, right? So, you know what I mean? So I gave him both that. But yeah, I have it 9-8, Clay. But that and that's a slight edge to Bud on that too. Everything else.
Hey Ray.
Yes.
Can I just ask you? So wait, you're telling me Claymore has a 10-5, but you have it 9-8. I thought there was only 15 questions.
Right. So the reason why is because a lot of the questions I split.
Okay.
Yeah, I split them. Like I gave them both the same number. So
you're doing a 15 rounder like back in the old day where
rounds. I had to split them. So
okay, gotcha. But Clay stood his ground like in
the
old days and was like, no.
You know what he said? 5. You know when he said, "Yo, man, I don't want to sound biased. I am a supporter of Terrence Crawford." It shows right here. But it shows. It doesn't show in the record of him being a supporter, and the fact that I mean he's such a supporter that he thinks that Terrence is just ultimately better. He looked for the breakdowns, and he found the differences, the key differences. I can rock with that. I can rock with that.
I spoke on it, and like I said, it's controversial, I'm sure, to a certain degree for some people, but I'm talking about relevancy, right? Like I shout out to the OG, my brother, Coach ATL and Coach Eddie in the building, who said Danny Jacobs, right? He brought up the Danny Jacobs fight as this is a big fight that probably preparing for Terrence Crawford. That fight was in 2019. You understand what I'm saying? We're in 2025. I'm willing. I have in my mind, I'm speculating that Canelo Alvarez doesn't exist anymore. That Canelo Alvarez who fought Daniel Jacobs he doesn't exist anymore.
Right.
He has some athleticism, he has some abilities, but is he going to be able to move out of 5-6 jabs in a straight row the way he was moving? I don't know. Maybe he can, but he gets an opportunity next week to definitely show me, right? But I'm betting on that not being the same guy. So yeah, when I look at the last 5 fights, which I think make the biggest difference, I see a fighter in Canelo Alvarez who hasn't had to elevate, evolve into a better fighter, or even make real adjustments in his fights in the last 5 fights. And I've seen Terrence Crawford adjust in multiple fights in his last 5 fights.
Right.
From Sean Porter to Madrimov, to even Kell Brooks. You know what I'm saying? I think he adjusted in there as well.
Sean Porter, right?
I said Sean Porter already. Yep.
Oh, okay. But just to your point, just because Canelo hasn't had to adjust in those last 5 fights, right? Maybe he didn't feel that he needed to. It wasn't on the level that he needed to. Where now he needs to, because this is somebody that he can get into his tool bag and he can fight. Remember, we were talking about Gervonta not ever going to his tool bag, and it was going to take the right opponent to get him there. This could be the right opponent for Canelo to have to go in that tool bag and show us something different.
This is that type of opponent. I believe that.
I'm glad you clarified. Right? I'm glad you said it is.
So what I'll say on that is we're creatures of habits.
Oh,
and if you're asking me who's been used to doing it more, Bud.
Oh, got it.
Canelo Alvarez is going to have to answer questions for himself in that ring, because everybody got a game plan until they get punched in the face.
I hear that.
And we're going to see if Canelo can go back in that bag and just be this special fighter again.
No. I mean, Clay's obviously cooking, and I didn't hear all of the questions. So, but here's what I'll say, right?
Yeah.
Like, first of all, let me just say that it's not like the chat or anyone who's listening to the show wouldn't know that all 3 of us support Terrence Crawford. In fact, I had a whole kind of like shaming of the chat when I was like, shame on you if you don't support Terrence Crawford. What's wrong with you guys, right?
Get out. You're banned. Get to the back.
Yeah, but having said that, because this is a very this show is always very intellectual debates, and we have to talk all the different sides of everything. Ask me really quick the questions, because for every single thing that Clay was saying, single thing that Clay was saying, and again, I want to repeat to the chat that if you have not seen the episodes with me and Clay and Ray, where I basically tell everyone that I rock with Terrence Crawford and I 100% believe that he should win. I mean, it's I'm putting my money on Crawford. I'll say it like that. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait for the line to change because I need a whole bunch of people to bet on Canelo.
Right.
And then I'm gonna put my money on Crawford.
Oh yeah, you know that number will skyrocket as soon as they do that.
I'm really hoping so, man. Once all the Mexican people start coming to this side of the world, I really hope they start putting that money down.
What they say? The price of tea in China is going to change today. It is going to change today. Let me tell you.
Right.
All right. So number one.
But just to play devil's advocate, I'm gonna see if I can rock with Canelo more, just so that I can have something different.
No problem. So we're gonna start off with the first question was, the weight. Like who does the weight significantly help in the fight? So like the weight.
That would be a Canelo one.
Okay.
And again, just respectfully speaking, we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
And if all we know is Crawford went up to 154. Madrimov is not supposed to be one of the top 5 best 154s. And if Madrimov gave him that problem, maybe it was the weight. Maybe it wasn't Madrimov. Maybe it was the weight.
Okay. Power.
Okay. So
like
I'll
power.
totally understand that Clay probably threw at everyone the whole what we know about Terrence Crawford.
You'll hear the second question to this too. So
okay. But what we know about Terrence Crawford,
second, but it's another category.
Another an addendum to the question. I understand. So what Clay probably said is Crawford's a knockout guy. It's proven within his career. You know, he even in the Sean Porter fight when he needed a knockout, he got the knockout. Blah 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 about Terrence Crawford. And I agree. He is, if you look at it in that scale, right? If we're going to say within the 41 fights that Terrence Crawford fought, he can knock people out. Although he's never knocked out anyone the caliber of Canelo at all. Okay. Not one of his fights. Not Kell Brook, who was already old. Not Sean Porter, who was already long in the tooth by the time they fought. None of those guys that he knocked out. Oh, I mean, maybe the best, most peak guy that he might have knocked out, because I can't even include Errol Spence, because we could agree that Errol Spence was a totally different person once the car accident happened, right? So, maybe Jose Benavidez Jr. Like that. If I'm saying the biggest, most peak quality guy that Terrence Crawford knocked out might have been that person, right?
And to be fair, before somebody say he got shot in the leg, remember that Bud got shot in the head, so they're even.
Right.
No. I know people like we got shot. No, they both got shot. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, no. Right, and again, man, that's why I did for you guys who wanna again go back in time. I'm doing the opposite side for the sake of a debate, but that's the way I would say it. So I would still say power. I'll put it on Canelo's side. Because we don't know what we don't know. He couldn't knock out Madrimov, right?
Clay actually did
everybody could say what they want about Canelo,
right?
But Canelo knocked down Berlanga, so I don't know yet if Crawford could have done that.
Okay.
Canelo knocked down Munguia. I don't know yet if Crawford could have done that. Right. Canelo knocked out Caleb Plant. I don't know yet if Crawford could. I don't know what I don't know. So power goes to Canelo.
Okay. Here's the other part of that, right? Because we don't want to confuse the two. Strength.
Okay. Strength is the other part. So when you're talking about power, you're talking about what they've already shown when they hit someone and how it affects them. Correct? So the same way like how Canelo would affect people's arms and how people talk about that all the time, right? So strength has to do with how much their body can handle, because you're not talking about chin. You're just talking about like who can move someone around in the ring,
the ground,
who can kind of impose their strength into
who has a better base.
Who has a better base? Yeah, that's Canelo, right? Because base wise, if you think about it, Canelo's been riding horseback since he was 8. He does equestrian riding, right?
You got this horseback.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, man. Like equestrian riding.
I brought it up too.
Right. Yeah, equestrian riding. If you guys don't know, go look up how hard that shit is.
Yeah.
And if somebody's been doing it since they were 8, when maybe that's the reason why their core strength is so strong, and maybe that's the reason why his legs are so huge. I mean, look, in fact, when we go into looking at their actual physical likeness, go look at how big Canelo's legs are in thighs in comparison to how big Terrence Crawford's legs are in his thighs.
Fair,
right?
Okay, good point.
And that would be a more fair comparison, because we can sit there and go, yeah, when they stand next to each other wearing loose pants, you can see a difference. But let's say they were wearing what NFL Combine people are wearing, right?
Okay.
And they went head to head, and we're going to see that.
Right?
We're going to see that during the weigh-ins.
Right? Yeah.
I think that during the weigh-ins, you're going to see a significant thighs and maybe even hip difference between Canelo and Crawford.
Okay. Fair enough. This one's a good one. Now, I should have said this before I started asking you questions. You can give a point to both as a tie, by the way.
Right.
Okay, all right. This one here, I'm going to skip this question because I said that, and it might go to a tie, so I'm going to go to Speed.
Hey, Press, you got to calm the hell down, man. That you need to calm the fuck down. Stop calling me a clown. You don't know me. First of all, if you didn't listen to the show from weeks ago, I did like 2 hours on how much I love Terrence Crawford, and I did 2 hours on how everybody should be betting on Terrence Crawford. So pay attention, my man. Pay attention. Secondly, this is so that we can make the show what it is, which is a great show. Clay went heavy on Crawford. He went 10-5.
Made that clear in the beginning too. Super clear in the beginning. That's what you were going to do.
Yeah. So you need to stop calling me a clown, man, and you better look up who you're talking to. All right, go ahead, Ray.
That's true. Okay, again, Speed.
He's not lying.
All right, Speed. All right, so this is one where it's tough to say, because we're looking at two different styles of boxing and then two similar styles of boxing at the same time. And I say that to say that a lot of people, I think, on the outside who don't watch boxing as much as the three of us do, seem to think that Terrence Crawford is going to be like more of an outside fighter. When we all three of us know that actually Terrence Crawford does his best when he rocks on the inside, and then he hits you with them short sniper shots, right? Short sniper shots, and then catches you when you don't think it's going to happen. So I think his inside speed is quite high, right? Like his inside speed is quite high. At the same time, how does Canelo usually knock people down? How does he usually shock people, right? When everybody says, well, Canelo hasn't gotten a lot of knockouts, maybe because people don't want to get knocked out by him, so they start running away, right? So when we're talking about the inside, like Salvador Sanchez style, Canelo got them. Thank you, CJ Rich. Canelo got them. Hey, man, people don't be y'all don't need to be fucking around right after I took my my anti-rejection medicines for liver transplant.
Right,
I'm just saying.
A little on edge, man. Everybody got their listen, man. Not everybody here for the bullshit. You heard?
Right. We're trying to be as clear, as concise as we can about why we're doing the show. So nobody needs to be calling anybody names.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, speed wise, Canelo in the inside is also super fast, right? Mm-hmm. So now I think that when you start to say speed, people think, oh, well, Terrence Crawford is going to dance all around Canelo. But have we ever really seen Terrence Crawford dance around anyone? He didn't even really dance around Madrimov. Like he was trying to. It's almost like if I was arguing for why Terrence Crawford won that fight, which, by the way, I thought it was either a draw, and if I was going to lean one way or the other, I leaned Madrimov. But if I was going to argue for Terrence Crawford, if I was going to argue for him, my argument would be, yeah, Terrence Crawford didn't really back away from Madrimov. He was trying to figure him out on the inside. And Madrimov was so confusing that it made Terrence Crawford look bad, right? So now you got two inside fighters. One guy's not really going to pull away from the other guy. And for all of you guys who are thinking that's what Terrence is going to do, that's not what Terrence is going to do, man. Terrence Crawford ain't going to do the Sugar Ray Leonard with 30 seconds left and throw a bunch of flurries. Like, he's not doing that. Terrence is not scared of Canelo. I'll tell you that much, because Terrence isn't really scared of anyone. Like, that's kind of his MO, right? He feels your power. He feels you in that ring. And then once he knows what he knows and he's calculated it, he's going to go in. So I would say, can I do what you did, Ray, for speed on the inside? Can I make it equal? Can I make it like a 10-10 round equal in terms of speed on the inside?
Okay, that works. That works.
Great breakdown too. I really put some perspective on it.
All right. IQ.
Oh, all right. IQ has to be based not only on how smart you are when things are thrown at you, right? Like problem solving wise or things like that. IQ, we also have to base it on all of your experiences, right? So you could take a child who's like 8 and we could test his IQ and know, man, that person's super smart. But that same child at 8, by the time he's 38, would have had 30 years of using that intelligence, right? And that's the makeup of it all. And the hardest part of IQ with these two is you do have a 38-year-old in Terrence Crawford who's had 41 fights within the span of that career. Now, in the later stages of his career, he's done a once-a-year thing, which some could argue is a hindrance. I argue that, just like Clay said, you're used to what you get used to. And Terrence Crawford has never really shown any problems when he's had the year layoff. It might actually be his rhythm. He might be one of them guys that just gets used to, I'll fight a year from now, right? Maybe that's the reason why he said, no, I don't need a tune-up before I fight Canelo, because in his head, mentally, he was probably saying, oh, I know I could take him skill-wise. I just don't know if my body can handle him yet. So let me focus on that first. Let me focus on making my body bigger. Let me focus on my, not conditioning, but more like my core,
like
make my armor thicker, right? Like, so yeah, that right there shows how smart Terrence Crawford actually is, IQ wise. On the other side, though, Canelo, man, he's fought a lot of different styles. Like, would you say, like, could we all agree that of the two of them, Canelo has fought more different styles in more different heights, in more different weights, in more different lefties and righties than Crawford ever has. And not just in terms of numbers of fights, but just styles, man. Like, who's the closest to Golovkin style that Crawford ever fought, right? Who's the closest to Bivol style that Crawford ever fought? That Russian weird in and out kind of, you know what I'm saying, right? So
Majimov, Postal. I mean,
yeah, it's kind of, but you see what I mean. So IQ wise, they're both very high. They're very, very high. I might have to do a 10-10 on that one too, right? If that's all right. That one's tough.
Okay.
Wait, can I just say something real quick, just to say that the last 5 fights to me are very significant, because I feel like we're creatures of habits. I don't know that I've seen Canelo Alvarez adjust, change, face anything that's made his way of fighting not significant. And when he did happen, which was against Dimitri Bivol, he didn't have any answers but to shell up on that rope and try to invite Dimitri Bivol into something. He didn't have a way of dealing with that adversity. So I don't know. I think in that situation, Terrence Crawford would have, on a cerebral level, competed with Dimitri Bivol a little bit better. I think Canelo's ability to take shots and be a strong fighter made him last, but I think he got outclassed in that fight, and I can't see Terrence being outclassed that way. So I don't know IQ wise, but you already know where I went with it any damn way.
All right.
All right. The skills, which pretty much you built this whole thing up already, so it should be easy for you.
Yeah, god damn, that one should be a tie too, honestly, man. Okay. Just because think about it, right? For best switch hitter, maybe we've ever seen Terrence Crawford. I'm trying to think, like in our lifetime, at least in our lifetime, I'm trying to think who was a solid switch hitter, like somebody who, if you need to, like
think
Shohei
Roy
Ohtani.
switch?
Roy wasn't, but he was
No, but
dominant. He was dominant
not
left-handed.
convincingly. Like
Yeah.
Crawford could fight you 12 rounds orthodox if you wanted to.
Yeah. He's actually an orthodox fighter. He's actually an orthodox fighter.
Right.
Like that's who he actually is.
Right. So, but then at the same time, all right. So wait.
Hagler.
Yeah,
That's a great point. Good job, Coach Eddie Hagler.
Yeah. Skill wise, the reason why I when it comes to skill, I lean higher on Crawford in the sense of because he does the switch hitting, but I don't want to discredit Canelo in the fact that like you can't, like, how when somebody's style is just so good, even if you think, well, he's only doing the same thing over and over, but the same thing is so damn good. How has anyone else been able? Like, think about. I always say this too. Facts are facts, right? Canelo's lost to two people, Mayweather and Bivol. Bivol was bigger. He was moving up in weight, and arguably at that time was the best 175 pounder. You have to remember that when Canelo fought Bivol, the question was who's better, Bivol or Beterbiev? Bivol or Beterbiev? During that time, they hadn't fought yet, right? So then Canelo moves up. Everybody who doesn't watch boxing the same way the three of us watch it, all thought, oh, Canelo's going to get another title against Bivol, because they didn't really understand how good Bivol was. Now they do, right? So that's what,
my brother, Blue Blood Sports TV in the building. I got to salute him. Go ahead.
Blue Blood salute, bro. And I say that to say, when Canelo also fought Floyd, who we can all agree is one of the greatest, most skilled fighters we've ever seen in our lifetime, man. Right? When you want to talk about an IQ gap at that point, Canelo was 23. Floyd was already in his mind like peak TBE. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like, so for Canelo to have taken on that challenge, to me, that's why I never want to downgrade Canelo's skill set. I never want to downgrade it, because I feel like it's unfair to say Canelo is not a skilled fighter. All right. There was a skill to making the square ring look smaller for people. There was a skill to losing the first 4 rounds and then completely dominating the next 8 because the other person never even saw it coming. Right. It's a skill to get someone to be so comfortable and make them almost feel like they're winning, and then all of a sudden they get knocked down and discombobulates them to the point where they can't even function anymore. That's a skill, right? So that's why I'm saying, Ray, like, you believe me, I want to say Terrence Crawford is the more skillful fighter because of the switch hitting. He's undefeated.
Is he less skillful than Canelo?
No, I wouldn't say less. I definitely wouldn't say less. I would definitely say, like a very, if I was going to edge it out, like if they were, if I only really truly knew, which is what makes this fight so compelling, if I only truly really knew how Crawford's body will handle 168 pounds, it's an easier question, because then you go, oh, well, yeah, he handles it at 168 and he did the same thing he did at 168 that he did on all the other weight classes. So skill wise, it's definitely Crawford. But the reason why we can't say it's definitely Crawford is we don't know what we don't know. But,
as far as wrinkles are concerned, who's the wrinklier fighter? Who's the guy who can do more things, who can adjust in more ways, who has, the deeper bag of options?
And you know what? That's an excellent question. And I also realized that it's a trap question, y'all, because it would be Crawford is the simple answer to it if you don't know boxing. But if you do know boxing, right, you realize that Crawford's been able to do it to everyone 147 and below.
Yes.
We've seen Canelo doing it, his style, to everybody. Bigger, wider, stronger, taller, faster, lefty, righty. So it's almost like it's almost like if Canelo was a knuckleball pitcher, you're not respecting the knuckleball, right? You're knuckleball, man. Like I agree with you. Clay. Terrence Crawford he could throw the fastball, he could throw the sinker, he could throw oh man, that guy could do this, that guy could do that. He can do it all. To the lower division teams, but the knuckleball doesn't matter. The knuckleball will work whether you're in the lower division teams, the higher division teams.
I like it. I think you're right. I agree with you. I never thought of it that way, to say that, ability versus, it's almost like the ability to do it versus what's going on up here, right? Like, can he actually do that at 168? Because if you can't do it, then who has more to pick from? Who has more options in that case? Is Terrence Crawford's options been limited a lot in this fight because of the inability to do these things that he did in other divisions? Are his options actually fewer than normally? Right. And I think that's a legitimate question. I think in that case, wow.
Yeah. And again, all I'm doing is, this is why this is such a great show, everyone. And Chris, again, if you didn't get to watch the show from, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I did an entire 2 hours on why I believe Terrence Crawford is going to be. Chris
wants Canelo to win, so he's like, so why aren't you with us? Why aren't you?
No. But I am. But Chris, because you're a Canelo guy, I'm trying to give the argument of why, and this is also why, like Skipper Kelp, I was just messaging with him yesterday, and I said his breakdown, I told him, I said, that's a great breakdown, dude. And what makes this fight so compelling is it's a 50-50 fight. It's a 50-50 fight for real, guys. Like, but that's why I'm telling you right now, here's what's gonna happen. They're gonna come here to my town, they're gonna bet heavy on Canelo. It's gonna swing plus 300 for Crawford, and I'm gonna put my money down on Crawford and go. Damn. Because I honestly do believe that when it gets to the greatness part, right? Of my God, like if you only get like the one thing we do, you know how I've been saying all night, we don't know what we don't know. Here's also what's true. Crawford's never been defeated, so there's no blueprint to beating him. And if I'm not going to bet against anyone who has never even shown that type of weakness. I mean, the same guy who sat there and when they said, what do you mean I'm losing? He comes out with 2 rounds left, knocks dude out, right? Like, that's skill, bro. Like
literally switches on right there.
His brain switches on. And I believe at the highest stage, right? This is going to be his Mamba, I'm older Mamba, but Mamba moment, right? Where he's going to Kobe Bryant it all. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, my wallet is going on the guy that's going to be a plus 300 or more that I've never seen lose. So, but Chris, I'm trying to, Clay swung so heavily on Crawford. I'm just trying to give some perspective. But go ahead, Ray. Sorry.
All right, I need your pick.
What's that?
I need your quick.
So who'd you go with? Ask him the question again so we can just answer real quick.
Skills.
Oh, skills wise.
Yeah.
Damn.
Uh-oh. He's leaning.
Can I get? Remember, I said that he was slightly below, very slightly below on the Canelo. So I guess I'll give it to Crawford, even though it's almost a tie. But I'll give it to Crawford.
Let's go, baby. We got you, bud. Let's go.
Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. All right. The more dangerous fighter.
Yeah. I mean, dangerous because you're saying dangerous in the sense like when people used to be scared of Tyson going in the ring. Dangerous in this.
I guess what you present into the fight, like what happens, in the fight when you stand toe to toe, who poses the more danger to the opponent? I mean, obviously I know you're gonna go. I know who I went with. I know who Clay went with, but
I mean, okay, so you're saying dangerous that if this was a phone booth and we were just gonna go at it.
However you see the fight going.
Right. Yeah, because that one's one of those. That one's one of those loaded questions too. Because if you look at,
of course,
knockout percentage wise, Crawford's got the higher knockout percentage, but again, we're talking about size-wise. We've never seen him go up. We've never seen Crawford knock out anyone above 147 pounds.
Okay.
So 54, 60, and 68, that's 3 weight classes up. And since we haven't seen it yet, what we do know is we heard Clay talking about how, well, Canelo hasn't really knocked out anyone over the last, few fights, right? At the same time, you also said, yeah, but that's maybe because, Canelo, it's not like Canelo doesn't have the ability to get up to knock someone out, because when he has knocked people out, he's knocked them out pretty badly, like James Kirkland or Angulo. I think he did that too. But if they go toe to toe, careless toe to toe, I gotta rock with Canelo, just because I have seen Crawford kind of put himself in danger, like in the Gamboa fight, like in the Mean Machine fight, but Canelo, when he goes toe to toe, when did we ever really see him in danger? Like, ask yourself, in all the fights he's gone toe to toe on, when did we ever really see Canelo in danger?
I agree.
I don't think I've never seen it.
But I said no, and I believe I answered Canelo for this one as well. But
you did, yes.
But I did want it to be understood that there is some danger in mystery. There is some danger in as far as who's more likely to hit somebody with a shot they don't see coming. You know what I mean? Like, there's some danger in that. You know what I mean? So there's some mystery in there. So, and I guess I say that to say that Terrence brings danger to the fight. Right. But Canelo.
But I'm right. It's Canelo for me, just because of proven history. Right.
All right. This is a really easy one. So, reach advantage based on the ability to make it work for them, basically, like, set up punches, do things, not just like, I have a longer reach, but like reach advantages in closing distance, setting up punches, parrying shots, whatever, the whole box.
The easy one, the easy answer again to this, y'all, is going to be the Crawford answer, just because based on just height and length and all of it. But I want to give everyone perspective and understanding again that boxing is not a sport that you can measure physically. If you could, then Manny Pacquiao wouldn't be an 8-division world champion.
True.
All right. You can't measure it like that. Skills and uniqueness of a skill factor and power punching and being unorthodox and all kinds of other stuff. Like, you throw it in the ring, you throw it in this pot of gumbo, right? And it's what makes the recipe great when we see greatness in front of us. And we can't deny that we've seen Canelo be great, right? Maybe the reason why Canelo's never had a reach disadvantage is because his skill set is so good in making himself so big in the ring, it freaks everyone out, right? So, like, for example, Ray, the argument against Canelo will be people like myself, by the way. I've said this too, but I want to argue against myself on this one. Where they'll sit there and they'll go, when Lara was fighting him, right? In my opinion, Lara totally won. And I know you feel the same way, Ray, right? But let's be real about it. It wasn't like Lara was killing him.
Right.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like Lara was, if you really rewatch the fight, it was close enough that if you were judging from a certain angle, you could definitely give it to Canelo. But let's say we were ringside, and we were not ringside for that fight, right? Mm-hmm. But if we were, maybe we would have seen it the way Canelo was seeing it, where, I'm hitting this dude so hard, he's basically maneuvering away from me. Mm-hmm. But he's not trying to stand toe-to-toe with me, which again goes to your reach question, right? In order to make a shorter, less lengthier fighter have reach advantage, their skill set has to be so high that it draws the other person in. Kind of like my knuckleball analogy. Mm-hmm. You don't really want to hit the ball, but you kind of got to try to swing for it because you're not quite sure if it's going to go into strike zone or not. So when you do and you miss, Why would you discredit the pitcher who's throwing the knuckleball just because it's not the sexy fastball that you like, right?
Mhm.
So now I say that all again to say, of course, the easy answer is to say Crawford's reach advantage is the better advantage. But I just want to give you a different perspective on what reach advantage should really mean when we're talking about boxing. And there's a reason why Canelo has never had a reach disadvantage throughout his career.
Good point.
So, but I'm picking Crawford, obviously.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
All right. So now we are at defense.
Oh,
Yeah, this is a crazy one. Yeah.
This was a good one for Clay too.
Yeah.
This actually was Clay started going in his bag.
if I can argue that in some cases when you're in the ring, offense is your best defense, then it's easier for me to say that it's Crawford. Okay. If I was going to say that, but Canelo, I think, doesn't get enough credit from people who want to look at him objectively about how great he really is defensively.
Right.
And I'm not talking, and by the way, when I say that, I'm not just talking about how he holds his hand when he decides to go high guard, low guard. I'm not talking about that. Talking about if you watch how he fights and really watch the challenging ones, right? Like the Golovkins or the Laras, any one of those fights. Like pick a fight where you felt Canelo was truly challenged, right? Like Danny Jacobs is a good one. Like these type of fights. Now go watch how Canelo maneuvers in the ring like a chessboard. He almost is stepping 2 square boxes ahead before the other boxer gets to the position that he wanted. And again, for you guys who are on chat who might be learning this now, this is the way me, Ray, and Clay watch the sport. All right? We look at a ring.
Right.
We see the spaces in the ring, and then we watch to see how a fighter moves to a certain place so that he takes away all the other things that certain fighter can do. Right. This is something that's hard to see if you don't
at a minimum limit.
Yes.
Justice of boxing.
Right. Yeah. So that's why I feel like the defense part is tricky. Because like I said, if I could say your best defense is offense, then Crawford is an easier thing to say. But Canelo's so good with placement where he goes in the ring. And this isn't me not saying Crawford doesn't do it, but let me tell you what Crawford does do. Okay. Let's say he's in an orthodox position. He's jabbing Clay. He recognizes maybe this is the 4th round, right? And then he says to himself, all right, I've noticed that Clay can't really fight me because all of his weaknesses would get exposed if I switch to southpaw.
Yeah, he's right.
So I'm going to give it another round. Then I'm going to switch to southpaw, and I'm just going to dominate him the rest of the way. Now, a lot of fans who are not watching it analytically the way the 3 of us watch it analytically will sit there and go, oh, man, see, Crawford's so much faster. Sometimes, Ray, and you know this, wearing the A's hat, baseball-wise, it's not that you're so much faster like Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux throws a 89 mile an hour, 90 mile an hour fastball, but everybody has always said that motherfucker looks like 100 because he throws all these different pitches. So in the later innings, in the last 3, when he throws you these fastballs, you don't even swing at it because you never saw it coming. Right. That's how Crawford knocks people out, right? Canelo, though, it's just Canelo. Like it's almost like, I don't want to say he admits that maybe he's not as fast athletically in terms of the way he moves his legs. Because we know that he doesn't move like Ali, right?
Right.
But just because he doesn't move like Ali doesn't mean he's not as good as someone like Frazier. And Frazier is beating the shit out of everyone.
I like that.
Just by simply cutting off the ring. Just by simply being in a position where the dude had to come at you and fight. And then Frazier would clip you with that bam, bam, boom, hook to the head, right? So that's what I mean. So, and that all does have to do with defense. Like, positioning yourself in certain parts of the ring so that the other boxer can't use their best weapons is part of defense.
Yeah.
So very tricky question, sir. Very tricky. Can I make it a tie on the
I'll
defense?
give you the tie. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, looking closer to my score than Clay's.
Okay.
All right. So we're gonna go with who has the better team?
I'm not all that hyped about Bomac, if I'm being honest. Right? Okay. And Bomac's cool. All right. But we're saying, better team. When it's all said and done, if Bomac never had Crawford, who else did he have, Clay?
Who? Bomac? I mean, Crawford?
No. I'm talking about Bomac as the coach. Like, because the
players in there too.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is that I think that's what made Crawford great. Is he's kind of got like a democratic team where
I'm about to say he's more than just Bomac. He has a lot of different moving parts on his side, not to mention sparring partners. I think Shakur's an asset. I think Steve Nelson is an asset.
No, I agree. I agree. I also do know that in Canelo's camp, he has not only Boots, but he has Yohan Lee Hernandez in there. He's got
but they're invited. They're not regulars preparing him for fights.
Yeah. The other thing too is, as much as people want to, you know how when you get to the top, right? It's easier to shit on you when controversy's out there. All right. So it's easy for anyone to shit on Reynoso, call him a cheater or whatever. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, if you look at Reynoso and all the fighters he's worked with, not a lot of them is lost. Right. So
Bomac got Keyshawn. Bomac got
No, I know. It's I'm just saying, like, I think that team wise, and then if you're going to include like Shakur and everybody else, there are other fighters that rock with Canelo too, though, right?
Right.
Boots, man, Boots is rocking with Canelo. Right?
I mean, I'll give you Boots, even though I don't think Boots is over there rooting for Canelo. I think Boots is over there getting work in. I think like Crawford went to Colorado with his squad, right? Like, let's go get me ready for a fight. He has a team. Every time Crawford is getting ready for a fight, he's got like even with Keyshawn, I give Keyshawn that respect, and I say the thing that makes Keyshawn such a dangerous piece on the board for a lot of these is because his team. It's because Bud is going to be there. Shakur is going to be there. You know what I'm saying? He's going to have, obviously Bomac's going to be there. He's going to have all those parts. Bernie's a part of the team. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be there. I just think Terrence has a very good supporting cast. You know what I mean? I also think David Benavidez is another person who I give that type of props to. But look, it's competitive. It's your answer. It's competitive for sure. It can go either way. It's not just black and white, but I just think when we're talking about team, it's bigger than Eddie Reynoso and Bomac. It's everything else too.
Well, if you expand it to that, then I guess my counter to it would be Canelo's always been kind of this more of a private, secluded type of a person. It's the reason why he does the camp up in Reno or closer to that. Not even Reno. It's kind of like in an offskirt of northern Nevada in a town where he thought no one would know who he is. But
what we don't know, Angela.
People do know. And then the other thing, I will say too about Canelo's team is he likes how he has his wife there. He likes how he has his kids there. And that's a big makeup of a team. You know how some fighters are like, I don't want to be around that. And Canelo's kind of solid in the foundation of, let me remind myself who I'm fighting for, and what I'm fighting for. And there's a lot of layers to this mental, because you brought up a lot of the whole, Crawford got all these different people. That sometimes to me can also mean, well, maybe he's mentally not that confident. And maybe that's why he needs all these people to be around him. This is not a slight on Crawford. I'm just saying that if you're having kids, you're the one that brought up the whole, he got all his squad. He got all his boys.
I'm saying that's what's up. I'm saying Crawford brings all his sons. He's got a good supporting cast. He brings his family. He true. Get deep in that camp. You see him beating up his kids and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
beating up his kids, wrestling his kids. Clay.
That's true. You're right about that too. You're right about that too.
I love the wife and I love it. I think
that's true too. That's true too. All right, who has the better team? Damn, and I can't really shit on nutrition either. So because both of them have, they have both of them know what they're doing when it comes to that. I'm gonna pick Crawford just because you got Shakur in there, and y'all know how much I love Shakur. Then he's got Keyshawn, who's going to give him perspective, and he got good, and Crawford does have good sparring partners too. That's getting him ready for it. So,
right. All right. So who? It's a good question. Age-wise, so when they're in the ring, whose age shows more, whether it's the wear and tear, or the age. Like I think that's when you actually walked in with the question with Clay. Growing out of bed, right?
Whose age is going to show more?
Who's going to be the fresher fighter? Who's going to be the older fighter? Who's going to be as far as that's concerned?
Again, and this is what makes this fight so compelling, right? But Clay, we don't know what we don't know, and here's the thing: is Terrence Crawford's going to be 38 next week? Terrence Crawford will be 38, or he'll be 38 it's like 2 days right after it.
No. It's 2 weeks.
Are you sure? I don't know.
You
have the actual date? It's like 3 days after the fight. He's 38 years old, bro. So he's 38.
19th, you're saying? I'm sorry, the 15th, 16th. Okay.
I think it's like his birthday. Isn't his birthday like September 16th or something like that?
You might be right. Yeah, you might be right.
Come on, baby.
Clay,
right?
Damn it, man.
Clay, did Tashana tell you you badgering the witness in the panel here?
No, I was right. September 28th. Yeah.
28th. So basically right 2 weeks. Okay, 2 weeks.
Real fun supporter.
All right.
Okay.
So he'll be 37 years old and 2 weeks away from being 38. So I'm going to say he's 38. A 38-year-old and a 35-year-old, the argument against Canelo will always be he's got an older body because he's been fighting since he was 15. There's a lot of wear and tear, blah, blah, blah. If there was that so much wear and tear in Canelo's body, and for the people who've argued this, and this is the same people like Clay who have said, well, he hasn't really fought anybody that good in the last few years. I mean, the last time he fought Danny Jacob was 2019. Okay, if that all is true, if all of that is true, then that means maybe his body. Yeah. But if that's all true, then that means if all Canelo's really done is spar a bunch of people from 2020 all the way up, maybe he's got the fresher body then, if you're going to say that. Like if that's the way we're going to, if you're going to say that Canelo Berlanga was sparring and Canelo Bugia was sparring and Canelo Caleb Plant.
I like it, man.
Hold up, man. Hold on. Wait.
We got a counter.
Wait a second here. I hear you. Yes. But at the same time, I think the Jaime Munguia fight, the Edgar Berlanga fight, clearly the Dimitri Bivol fight, I think easy wear and tear sometimes go on the same conversation, but sometimes where a fighter's comfortable, I think Canelo Alvarez become comfortable with catching shots and letting fighters hit him hard, but he's able to catch those shots.
Like sparring.
I think there's an argument there to say that, right? Yeah, like I think there's a conversation. There's an argument there to say that. Me personally, I think Canelo's taking the wear and tear. I think he's been punched on a lot more than
I know. I heard what you said.
So,
I heard what you
I
said.
don't know.
I'm just trying to tell you that for the people who have said the whole Canelo's been fighting since he was 15.
You're right. That was a good one.
For a long time. He hasn't really fought anybody hard. Blah blah blah.
That annoyed me.
The counter to it would be, well, if all he's been doing is sparring since 2019, then he's basically been doing training camps to get himself in shape and in tune. Mm-hmm. In the meanwhile, when the fight finally does happen, he's just sparring a bunch of folks apparently who hasn't really damaged them in any way. Versus Crawford, on the other hand, has been training for wars. He trained for a war. I mean, like he trained for a war against Errol Spence. He trained for a war against Madrimov. Before that, he trained for wars. So maybe he's been training for more wars. Damn. Right? And
outside the ring. The fight outside the ring counts too. Oh,
I like it.
Yeah, no.
But this panel has the best panel in the game, bro.
Yeah, but for the sake of fun, Ray, I'm going Canelo on.
Okay. Okay.
Right. What I'm going to say is Crawford 38 may show up sooner than Canelo's been fighting since he was 15. When it's all said and done.
Man. All right.
I think he might.
Who is the better counter puncher?
This is a good one.
That's tough. That one's tough. Because we're talking about counter punching now. And Canelo is really good at counter punching.
Really good.
That's like his thing, right?
That's for Ross Scott, by the way. I don't care.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Did I tie that one?
What's that one?
Did I pick one?
You had a tie on that one, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah. That is hard, but hopefully Angelo can show us a separation here, and we can lean to a side. Try hard, Angelo. Try.
Okay. So counter punching, if we're gonna make a simple definition of it, is it's your ability to be able to land your punches in relation to how your opponent was going to throw punches at you. You could counter over it, right? It's like it's like, here's my counter, right? You're counter punching. Here's my counter, right? And when we look at both of these fighters, in both Crawford and Canelo, neither one has really been a attack first guy. If you really study their game, they're like let me download the information off of you guy, and then about round 3, I'm gonna start countering the shit out of you because you don't even know what to do. And then by the time they start finishing everybody, where it looks like they're super offensive, it's really because the other person doesn't have any more moves, right? So I almost feel like counterpunching, Clay, on like a gun analogy, is how many more different types of guns do you have for being able to use over someone else's gunnery? You know what I mean? Like,
I love it.
You know, like that person has this gun, but this gun that I have is that gun. Right? Like, this smaller gun might actually work better in this terrain because all that guy's got is a sniper, but I got a 45 and I can sneak up on him from underneath, right? Like that's and
efficiency, right? As far as who has effective counterpunching that's more tried true. Because just because you want to don't mean you can. And I'm only saying that because earlier you spoke to you made a great point about, you know, the skill set and who has a bigger skill set and who has more wrinkles. And I agreed with you to the fact that who has more they can use in this fight versus just knowing how to do something doesn't mean you can use it. And, you know, Terrence is the new guy in the division. Canelo is the guy who's acclimated, and that's his division. He's the undisputed champion. So that being said, and taking that into consideration, who is the more effective counter puncher in this fight?
Okay. You can change it up to that.
Because the original question is who's just
the question is either or. You can throw whatever you want on top of it. It's just countering.
I mean, either or, but I just wanted to add that little variable to it to say, like, okay, well, Terrence has shown us so many different ways he can do things, but at the same time, we don't know what we don't know, like you said. And Canelo has a tried true approach to counterpunching that's shown brought issues to everybody he's gotten in the ring with, except for maybe a Dimitri Bivol. As far as that light heavyweight,
gave him the business too. Unfortunately, he just didn't connect a lot of them because he was definitely tearing his arms and shoulders up.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Yeah,
Canelo.
Yeah, Canelo. Yeah,
so, I mean,
see, and this is good too, right? Like Anthony Manzano says, would I say that Canelo and Crawford are two different styles of counterpunches, or are they equivalent in the same style of counterpunching? And that's a very smart question by the chat. That's a really good point, right? Because that is kind of what okay, so I'll give you another baseball one, since in honor of Ray wearing the Oakland A's hat, might even be the Philadelphia A's hat for all I know. Is it the Philadelphia A's hat or the Oakland A's hat? Because I know that ain't no Las Vegas A's hat.
No. I used to play for the A's, not the Oakland A's. But I used to play for the A's. I mean,
okay, it's a different A's. It's a different A's.
I like the team I play for. I got the jersey in there.
Okay,
my jersey.
I feel like you'll like this one, Ray. In some ways, I kind of compare Canelo's career, especially during his peak moment of his career, where you know how Clay said from 20 like even let's just go with 2019 on up, because I'll go even further than that, but 2017, whatever, right? But I feel like we can say Canelo's a little bit like a Barry Bonds, where you know how no one wanted to pitch to Barry Bonds, and then the minute they did pitch to Barry Bonds, it went in a home run. That's kind of like Canelo. Like when Munguia tried to step up, he got knocked down. When Berlanga tried to step up, he got knocked down. Caleb Plant, like when you try to step up to him, he knocks down. So what ends up happening in a lot of his fights is they walk him. They're like, I'm just gonna walk this motherfucker because I don't really want to pitch to him, right?
I'd rather get him on the pace than him run. Run around this whole motherfucker.
Right. So that's where when we're talking about counterpunching, effectively, like that's kind of Canelo, right? Like he fucks with your mind to the point where he's countering your brain, right? He's like, oh hey, did you like that? Did you like how I uppercutted your ass and you just fell down? You didn't see that coming, huh? Well, we got 8 more rounds of this motherfucker. So what would you like to do? And then the other fighter tends to be like, nah, I'm good, player. Like I'm good. I'll play the rest of the innings, but I ain't really gonna throw down the middle anymore. Right? Crawford is more like what I said, where he's like, I'm gonna get you with my fastball. I'm gonna get you with my sinker, right? But every once in a while, when he hung it a little bit too much, a triple might have gotten off of him, or you know what I'm saying? Like nobody's really ever killed Crawford. We know that, but again, he's never really faced Barry Bonds, right? Bigger, stronger, blah blah blah. So countering wise, if they play the game that they're playing, who could counter who better? To Ray's original question, I might swing it to Canelo just because overall he's shown that his countering ability has made him kind of like that Barry Bonds-esque type player where people want to walk him rather than step to him. I mean, who have we really ever seen just step right to him, right? Bivol might be the only one, maybe, but and he didn't step to him for 12 rounds.
No.
He had to kind of test it out first, and then he was like, all right, this guy is smaller than me. I think I can handle it, right?
Yeah, and whenever Canelo's back got against the ropes, Bivol might have Bivol respected it. He understood. He didn't allow that. He kind of conceded to like, yo, this guy's a counterpuncher. The worst thing I want to do is attack this guy against ropes and feed into this, oh, come get me nonsense, because he's gonna
right. So I'll swing to Canelo on that. I obviously can argue heavy for Crawford like Clay did, but I'll swing to Canelo.
I think Clay made it a draw anyway.
I made it a draw.
Yeah, it was a draw.
It was difficult for me. That's why
Now this one here, Clay had a big point on, which is the adjustment to the fight. Who you think is going to have the better adjustments, or who you think has had the better adjustments over time? This is where Clay went diving deep into that category.
I can see why too, because it's a deep dive, man. I mean, I think this is when Clay started pulling out all the names of fighters and all of that, right? I'm doing this all off the top of my head, y'all. So forgive me if I don't have the information in front of my face like Clay had when he was doing it. But
fun little game.
Who you're saying for the fight itself, or over the entire career, who's shown?
I mean,
better adjustment.
I mean, we're picking a fighter, right? So we're saying fighter wise.
And I also want to, I think it's important for it to be relevant to this fight. As far as in this fight, who's walking into this fight fresher, as far as instinctively being able to adjust when needed. Who has that? Who's more than likely to be the better fighter to deal with adjustments?
This one's close too, because when you're talking about adjustments, right? You know how everyone has recency bias? Well, recency bias wise, Madrimov was so weird that it threw off Crawford. And it made Crawford look like, oh man, I don't know. Maybe Crawford isn't as great as we thought he is. Right? Think about it. When's the last time in your memory, Clay, when's the last time you felt Canelo looked bad, like the way Crawford looked bad against Madrimal? Which fight would you say that was?
Probably Bivol.
Okay,
Well,
and that one was a size. Yeah, that one was a size difference. So how long ago was that?
It's right up here. Let me see. Dimitri was
4 fights.
2022, so about 3 years ago.
Okay.
About 6 fights ago.
Right. So 6 fights ago versus Crawford just had that weird one. And now he's gonna jump right into another weird one. Right. Because again, we can't like I think the narrative that this show is trying to explain to everyone who's gonna listen to it on replay is we're trying to explain to you that don't look at Canelo like he's just this bag of beans that's gonna stand right there for Crawford to kind of beat up on. Like that's not Canelo, right? Canelo's got a very internal style. That's why I keep going back to comparing it like when a batter's going against a knuckleball. It's intimidating as fuck because you don't really know. I got my high guard up, but damn, this guy's hitting me in the shoulders. I feel like my shoulder might pop or something. So let me move to the left. Well, Canelo wanted you to move to the left. Now he's starting to drop that jab right to the body, right? And then now he's going, jab, then all of a sudden a hook to the head, right? So there's definitely a flow to the way Canelo does that in terms of adjustments, right? And that's what I mean about how Canelo makes his adjustments based on the position of the ring. Crawford will make his adjustment based on the information that he downloaded off of you, but he has the ability to all of a sudden give you a completely different look, right? Like he'll go, oh, I've been showing you orthodox this whole time. Now I'm gonna show you the southpaw. Aha, I got you, bitch.
Yeah.
Right? Like it totally threw you off. It's kind of like if Clay, like if a pitcher was throwing you left-handed for 3 innings, and all of a sudden the same motherfucker throws you right. Like, I'm not saying you can't hit the ball, but you might have to foul tip a couple of them before you can adjust to the righty pitcher, right?
Yes, sir.
But you can't do that instantly. Like if imagine a pitcher in a mound and he throws you the first pitch with the left hand, then the motherfucker switches hands. And then he throws you the pitch with the right hand. It might fuck you up. You might get struck out. That's kind of what Crawford does to people. He throws them off where they didn't see it. With Canelo, it's more like, all right, I see kind of where you're going there. I see kind of where you're going there. And then Canelo starts to go, all right, I pretty much know that you can only really use this half of the ring. So now I'm going to create my entire offense based on defending this half. So now you have to fight on your weaker half of the ring.
Right.
So now I've cut in half your arsenal, and I've double powered my arsenal because you can't use your best shits now on this side of the ring. Only I can. Now you have to go with what you got, right? And that's why when it comes to who could have the better adjustments, right? You know what? I'm gonna rock with because I know I feel like Clay was going with the whole because Crawford could do so much, kind of like what I was saying, lefty, righty. But I'm just because of the sake of argument, man, I'm gonna rock with Canelo because I feel like Crawford's only done that to people with less IQ, but someone with Canelo's IQ. You know what I'm saying? Like someone with Canelo's
application, man.
Yeah.
Right? Listen,
That's
when you said what you said earlier about ability to do it in this fight, it became, like you said, and it's going to become one of your quotes, right? We don't know what we don't know. And a lot of these questions, those answers are based off of a lot of unknowns, man, because this is super different for Terrence, and how different is it for Canelo? Now, I think Terrence brings, I think he brings those differences. I think he's different than any fighter that Canelo's fought against. But how different? And the ability to get that respect through the power and the strength, and force this fight to, dare I say, slow down to a degree to where Canelo is in a cerebral fight, really playing chess with Terrence Crawford, makes the biggest difference on how effective Terrence can be in any of these categories that we talk about, because he needs that respect. That's something Terrence has always had going to any of his fights. And how much respect is he going to be able to get from Canelo Alvarez? That's gonna speak towards his ability to implement all these different wrinkles and tools, and that he has in his bag that we've seen him do in other fights. Very interesting.
Right.
Great. So that totals out the question. So you have it 11-7 Canelo.
There you go. There's the swing.
That's the
That's the swing.
But I want to say something to some people in the chat, right? And shout out to everybody who's here in the building. 83 people in the building, please. I know the conversation has been great, and I'm not patting ourselves on the back. I'm being honest. I know we're giving you in-depth boxing talk that most channels aren't doing. I know we are. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to be arrogant. It's the reality. That being said, hit the like button, because I know you get caught up in everything that's going on and you forget. Hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel as well, you see what we're giving you. So do that. Hit the like button so you can get the real breakdowns and some real perspective on what's going on in the space. Agree, disagree, or not. Honest, objective, unbiased perspective on what's going on inside the ring. So hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it. But yeah, the unknowns, man. And listen, and Angelo, like, what you did was you highlighted that there's a lot of unknown in this fight. And if we're going to call this on face value based off what we know from both fighters and what they've given us, Canelo Alvarez does lead the pack in the answers, because too many of those questions, we just don't have the answers yet for Terrence Crawford. We just don't have the answers yet because he hasn't competed at 168.
Yep.
So we got to be fair. Got to give Canelo the edge on those questions, even though I think, and I'm hoping, Terrence will step up and answer these questions in a positive way. I have a feeling how some of those answers are going to go, obviously, why I'm leaning towards Terrence Crawford. But man, the elephant in the room is the elephant in the room. And the elephant is we don't know what we don't know.
But it was fun.
Thanks to talk of SD, by the way. Appreciate that, man. And that's what I was trying to do, by the way. You know, Clay, when Ray did the whole 10-5 for Terrence Crawford, right? Again, we all know all three of us are rocking with Crawford. It's just that let's see what happens if we debate the other way.
We gotta have it.
And it's crazy how the numbers like swing so crazy, right? Like 9-8, 10-7, 10-5, like based on like what you have as a draw, what you have, you know what I mean, plus side, neck. It's crazy. But look, that's just how competitive the fight is, to be honest, right? So the competitiveness of the fight is so crazy that you're going to have good moments, and these are the things that you help break down fights. So these are all things that, you know, people talk about in general. So me just asking these questions are just like projecting on what point values that you take away from the fights with these key moments that will allow a fan or a casual fan, right? Let's just say someone in here is a casual. I doubt it. We got pundits in here, but let's just say you have one. It helps them understand the sport. And that's the whole point of it. You know what I mean? The whole point of this was just, you know, it was a fun little, I don't even gonna call it a game, but it was more like, you know, fun little play around puzzle, whatever you want to call it.
It was speaking to the elephant in the room, right? Like, it was definitely speaking to the elephant in the room, because the reality of the fact is that Terrence Crawford has a big challenge ahead of him. It's not a game. This is going to be the hardest fight potentially he's been in, the most danger he's ever been in inside of the ring. And there's no reason to sugarcoat that by our support of him not acknowledging the reality of the situation, which is what makes this fight so amazingly intriguing and why we want to see it, because we understand. And look, these are the conversations I believe real boxing fans will have if Gervonta Tank Davis ever gets in the ring with a Shakur or gets in the ring. These are the conversations that will spark when the best fight the best, when you have high level pedigree and skill set in front of each other in the ring. This is what the conversations look like. And you know, that's something I think that Saudi's involvement in boxing has brought to the table, is that matchmaking, 50-50 matchmaking, brings in-depth conversations on the sport that we love.
Yeah, no, and again, I probably what I mean, and it's not Ray. You pay attention to other shows more than I do, but
not as much as I used to.
Right.
Like I do listen to the people I rock with now. I
Right.
got out of a lot of these other spaces. Don't get me wrong. I do salute the Queen too. Since she comes over, I check in with her. You know what I mean? I do be watching and things of that nature. So it's not. I don't. You know what I mean? I think she's legitimate in my book. Every once in a while, I will tap in. If I'm late at night at work, I'll listen to something that when there's nothing on. Like I listen to Greg Hackett.
Right.
Great takes on his channel. Shout out to them, Champ Side. Shout out to Coach Malachi. Like all these guys, I've listened to everybody. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, my point is that in this show, we can go. Any one of us in the panel can swing on the other side, and that's my whole point. Is that when we go into a show, we're not trying to be emotional about it, right?
Right.
Like sometimes we got to check the chat a little bit and be like, y'all are getting a little too emotional when we're just trying to give you an educational perspective on
100%.
You know, we're trying. Let us be your guide, right? Like we're not trying to swing your emotion. We're just trying to tune you into the game. So we're trying to maybe you heard something in our conversation today between the three of us that you ain't ever heard before, and you were like, "Huh, I didn't even think of it that way." Maybe that is true, right?
I don't know if the Grand Wizard of the Hanos clan is in here, but that's how I got nominated the president, because I was actually just being fair to what everybody else was saying, and I'm like, yo, there's a lot of plots and things you're missing here, and you're just giving this information without this information. Now, when you look at this and you build this, just like you just did, and I gave the counters to every argument, I got thrown over the fence.
Hey, thanks for the super chat, Pops Hop Talk. You have to listen to the entire 2.5 hours so that you can see you can see the swings. Yeah. You got to listen to the whole show, because that's what we did. Is we did the heavy Terrence Crawford, Ray was more in the middle, and then I did the heavy Canelo, just so that you could listen to all the sides of it.
And also the reality. What you said was real. It wasn't made up. It was real. Like, in other words, I think I spoke on what I think, you know what I'm saying? I speculated more than you did. You more so dealt with the actual, what, like you said, what we know. And we can't just dismiss what we know and turn this into, this is the same thing people do when they say, and I hate to bring up the fighter and piss people off, but it's the same thing when people just say Gervonta's just going to beat the shit out of Shakur. It's like, how do you know they haven't fought? They haven't fought each other, right? So until they fight each other, we don't know the result is going to be. So that means there's ways for Shakur to win and ways for Tank to win, and we won't get the answers until they get in the ring with each other. Now, if they fought each other, then we can talk a little bit more in the know. We can talk a little bit more with a little more absolute in the way we're speaking of matter of fact, but we don't know. And Terrence has not fought at 168.
Right.
That's the reality of it. So the don't knows are there for Terrence, whereas with Canelo Alvarez, we kind of do know. We've seen him inside the ring with so many different kind of fighters. We kind of do know. You know what I mean? I speculate towards Terrence being able to, I think after the fight and we revisit these questions, my thinking is that it'll be a little bit more absolute, and we'll find that Terrence was able to be better in a lot of these categories that we were talking about. And it turns out he is that guy.
And let me put this one as a question to you, Ray. Like, let's say, so Clay's saying we're going to find out for sure. Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. Anything can happen in boxing. What if what we end up finding out is that it's a good fight? It gets decision close either way. But let's say whether Crawford wins or loses, is it really definitive? Because all we're really going to definitively know is, well, now we know what Crawford could do at 168 against the pound for pound number 8 ranked guy at 168.
Or the face of
boxing. Yeah, and if you're Crawford, again, and I don't know him, but if you're Crawford, do you now just call it a day and, you know, ride off to the sunset and do something else? Or are there enough challenges? Because Jesus Ramos just moved up to 160, right? Yep. Everybody's already doing it. Everybody's already going, shit, 154 is the killer division. Let me move up, right? You know, like,
good right now. Right.
You know, so you got people like Janabek who's gonna move up to 168. Like, there are fights left on the table for Crawford if he wins. If he walks away from it, my question then, Ray, would be, yeah, we might find out, or we might not find out definitives. But Crawford walks away, Ray. Do you call Crawford like, you're walking away when there's more on the table? Or do you just say, you know what, man, 42-0, you didn't quite hit Mayweather's 50-0, but I still got you up there as one of the greatest?
Yeah. I mean, I've always said this. I'm not going to give him all-time great because there's so many fighters. If I'm going to give him great, I'm going to give him greatness of our era and greatness of maybe the last 20, 30 years. I can definitely put him in the category of that. I will put him as a great of all time because like I said, there's so many fighters. He's included into the category. I mean, it's over 100 fighters in my mind, maybe even more, that I can categorize him with, especially when it comes to the division. I think he's probably top 50 in the divisions or however you want to rate it. But my thought is this, and I'm going to start with my thought. My thought is Terrence he's doing a lot of documentaries. He's actually doing a lot of recordings on everything he's doing.
Writing on the papaya. He's writing on the papaya paper right now.
Right. So I think in his mind, and it's made up, win, lose, draw, he is walking away from the sport. Head up high, hat in hand, closing that door, and we'll find him either coaching or analyst, whatever we find him as. He will be doing it on a scale of he may make a return because it gets boring. But remember, Terrence fights once a year, so is he really missing boxing that much? I mean, can he walk away? Because a lot of times when they go to that one a year, that's their way out. They're moving out. And I think this is the payday that he's, in a big fight that he's always wanted in his career. Win, lose, or draw, I think he walks away. His documentary is going to show that. He's going to be able to speak on it. He's already doing it. It's a test of time. I think it's what Michael Jordan did with the ESPN documentary. I mean, it's going to say something. Yeah. So I think we'll get this documentary written in the next 5 years and it'll be completed, or maybe a year or two. And then we'll sit there on Netflix watching this documentary and we'll hear all the great stuff about, I'm going to throw this out there to be funny, but all the great stuff about our buddy over there at Snack, right? Victor Conti. And how he wasn't this guy that everybody thought he was. And Terrence reveals that people were crazy and how he sued a couple of content creators and some other people. We may see all this. But I think he hangs it up after this fight.
Okay.
And so to your point and your question is,
you think he's okay with walking away? Like when Marvin Hagler walked away, he was very upset at the fact that he truly believed he won the fight. I believe Marvin Hagler beat Sugar Ray Leonard too, but Hagler was comfortable in just moving to another country. He was comfortable.
Yeah,
he was like, I'm out. Whatever, right? I'm good. I'm good with boxing. I'm done. Hey, by the way, Clay, can you put up CJ super chat? Shout out to CJ.
Oh yeah. He's on mute, but he got.
Oh, he's on mute.
Let me read Pop Shop Talk real quick. Pop Shop Talk 73 with the $5 holla. I appreciate the support for the channel, brother. Says highly respectfully disagree with some of the takes thus far. Shake my head. Canelo hasn't been a world beater in 5 fights. Hashtag weak opponents. You already spoke to that, but I just want to say it out loud.
Word.
$5 up. CJ Rich Cali with the $5. Appreciate the support for the channel. Says this platform let me know I can have a successful channel while also giving balanced takes. Blind fandom is not capital letters. Help people boxing, always learning. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to shout out CJ for you guys who hasn't seen the show. He just started it. I think he's only on episode 2 or 3. He's already got 500 subscribers. I love this kid. Love when I've been on the panel with him. He's very smart. But as you and I have spoken before, Claymore, why did I like your show more? Why did I gravitate towards it more? Because it's never intelligent to just be on a yelling match with anyone. That doesn't show your intelligence.
Right.
You want to show me your intelligence? Talk to me in a calm voice and give me some real facts. And then let's have a really fun debate about it, right? Yeah, and I'll let you get emotional just to maybe drive your point home. Right. But if you're honestly angry because I made a point, let's say, about Canelo 11-7, like Ray said,
right? All
I was trying to do was give a perspective, because I could literally give you guys a perspective where I got Terrence Crawford 15-0 today. I mean, I can do that, right? And that's the point, is that a show like this, Clay, if I'm sure against his greater want, if I said, Clay, you have to argue for Canelo, I could do an argument for Canelo hard, and it'll swing, right? And you too, Ray. Like, that's why I think Ray really just stayed in the middle.
Listen, that's a good point. Like, I'm telling you, when you said 50-50, I'm on board with that. I'm like, I still haven't had a pick yet. I keep going back and forth.
Right.
You know,
right.
And the reason why is because, like, we have so many intangibles that come along with this. Like, what is the one that's going to be the over the top for each fighter? I mean, what's going to be their main push? Clay said it. You said it. The know, what we know and what we don't know. That's what it's going to come down to. When that bell rings, we're going to have a champion in a retaining or a new champion. So it's just, I would like Crawford to win because it settles for greatness in the whole sport of boxing, right? I do kind of low key want Canelo to win because I think it gives him satisfaction, and I kind of, you know what I mean? I think he also might retire after this. So it's so many. I think he got 2 more fights, because if he wins, he's fighting the rest of the contract.
It's too much money for him to fight in Riyadh.
Contract's crazy.
Yeah, Turkey's
he'll finish that out, I think. But it just says so much to us being.
Hold it down. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Us being fans of the sport and being able to give good takes and understanding of what it is, like, without having to beat somebody over the head and tell them how they're the worst fighter ever and this guy is this way, and you defend that guy, and then Coach Eddie comes up and says, "Oh, wait a minute, you're wrong," and you know what I mean? Like, we don't need that,
right?
And we don't need to give our opinions that are not supported with facts,
right?
That's the problem. A lot of opinions come out from people, and it's what I think is, and what I think is. I was listening to one of the guys the other day talk about Snack,
right?
And they were talking about what they think, and I'm like, everything you keep saying is you think.
Well, what do you know?
What do you know?
What are the facts?
And then you put up a little video saying, "Look, this is what it is right here." I ain't gonna say what he said, but something with the tape. But I'm just saying, generally, I'm like, come on, bro. Like, that's weak. That's weak sauce. The
other thing too, what I'll say to the young man CJ who's just starting his channel is just always remember that as a host of a show, if you really want to debate, like, here's Coach Eddie, and we respect Coach Eddie. If Coach Eddie really wants to drive a point home, then we, like, as a host, we won't necessarily 100% agree, but maybe Coach Eddie will bring a take that we didn't say yet.
Right.
Like, that's what makes a good show. But if everybody's saying the same thing over and over and over again, or everybody's yelling at each other, and you can't even hear what the conversation is, or it got so emotional you forgot what the original question was in the first place, right? That's not a fun show, man. That's Jerry Springer, CJ.
And absolutely. Go ahead, Coach. I know you want to speak.
Hey, what's good, man? Yeah, I've been sitting and listening to you fellas cook, man. Great perspective from all three, man. It's good. It was real good. Mom, I'm torn. I'm gonna tell you why, man. I'm torn because I'm not no secret. I'm not a Canelo fan. You know, I'm not gonna say it's borderline hatred, but there is some disdain and dislike there. And I am a Terrence Crawford fan, and I'm pulling for Crawford. But just to take that hat off, just be totally objective and keep it 100. How do we get this fight? I think right now, this is the fight that we have, even though we didn't ask for it. A lot of times we didn't even see this fight coming, but now we're trying to make an argument for it, just like a client did it, like you would for your client in the courtroom. We're trying to make an argument for this fight. Be honest, did Crawford do anything to deserve this fight? No, he doesn't deserve the fight, but he got it. David Benavidez deserved the fight, and I'm being 100% honest.
Right.
It's a reason why Crawford jumped over 54 160 and also 168 because there was a chance he was going to fight Sergey Deverenchenko. And I said, please do not fight that guy because that's going to expose something in Terrence Crawford and it's going to kill that Canelo fight. Because I don't care, say what you want to say about Sergey, he is a tough out for anybody.
Right.
And he would, and I'm not 100% sure that Crawford would have beat him because of the style to make fight and that relentlessness and just his volume and the sheer toughness of that guy. To be honest, I thought he probably would have beaten Crawford. I'm just gonna keep it 100, just off of activity, relentlessness, and you can't keep the guy off of you. The dude has a great chin, so that's one reason. Everything was strategic. He jumped over those weight divisions because he seen the bag. That's why he didn't fight anybody else after Madrimov because there was a chance of exposure there. Now, just like Infinity Stones, if Crawford beats Canelo, in my opinion, he's not the best 168-pounder out there. He just beat Canelo. He got all the stones at one point. That doesn't mean you're the best fighter. That just means you beat this one guy. There's guys out there at 168 who will be licking their chops, wanting to get at Crawford because they will be. In other words, Crawford will be food to a lot of these guys at 168 that are coming up because it's the matchup. You know what I mean? He looked at Canelo is the matchup. 5'7", 5 or 7.5. Well, you got some guys that are 6'2", 6'3" at 168 who would love to get their hand on Crawford and would probably beat the brakes off of Crawford if they got in the ring because it's a size thing. You know, there's weight classes for a reason. Sometimes you can fight a guy, but his size is just going to be too much. I mean, you think just imagine if David Benavidez was fighting Terrence Crawford. Nobody would give Terrence Crawford a chance against David Benavidez.
Right.
It would freaking be obliteration. It would be total annihilation. So this is the fight that we have. We're trying to make a case for it. I hope it's a good fight. I want to see Crawford knock him out. I know it's a very long shot. I just want to see the meltdown. You know, I'm calling the pettiness in me, but if Crawford knocks out Canelo, can you imagine the meltdown the next day? All you gonna hear is snack, snack, snack.
Oh yeah.
Snack, 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 sniggity snack all day, every day. You know what I mean?
And we hope not, Coach Eddie. But I hear what you're saying. I think that again, when I've tried to explain this to the casual people at Raider Nation, right? I try to explain to them that if you're not a hardcore like we are, then you don't see what this fight is all about. It's free on Netflix.
Yep.
It's the biggest event since I can't even remember, man. Because if we're being honest about it, May of 2024, when we saw the first undisputed heavyweight champion again since Lennox Lewis versus Evander Holyfield, that should have been the free on Netflix that everybody could have seen.
Yep.
Because that was a hell of a fight. We saw a knockdown, an almost stoppage. It was a split decision. We saw the greatness of Usyk. We saw how good Tyson Fury is, right? One's from London, one's from the UK. But had that been free on Netflix, it would have also proven my point about how far back American boxing has gotten, how much we have to, as the purists and the fans of this, we have to support these youngsters. Like, we can't tear them down. We have to support them so we can have our next great heavyweight champion again. We have to support all the American fighters. So for me, selfishly, Coach Eddie, I want Terrence Crawford to win because then it puts the stamp right back. It says, yeah, America is the best of boxing because the pound for pound number 3 not only beat pound for pound number 8, but it truly proves what Usyk's been saying this whole time. The pound for pound number 1 really belongs in America. And that's by the name of Terrence Crawford. If he beats Canelo, I absolutely believe he should be pound for pound number 1. If he walks away from the sport, like Ray is saying, it's going to be hard to not think in your head that he's pound for pound number 1, right? And to the casual fans, which is what this fight is catered for, Coach Eddie. This entire card is catered for the casual fans. The fact that they're making the co-main event, Caleb Walsh versus Fernando Vargas Jr., Coach Eddie, tells you they're pushing this to the casual viewership. This is not for us. This is not for the hardcores, right? This is for the casuals so that they can go, oh, look at this awesome Irish guy. against the son of a legend from Mexican American, son of the legend, right? That's the co-main event. And all the other fights, like better fights, Christian Mabili's fight is a better fight, in my opinion, against Lester Martinez, right? But French Canadian Haitian from Montreal versus a guy from Guatemala, you know what I mean? Like so they made the card be, we're gonna reintroduce and open the gates to free boxing to everyone, and we hope that Crawford wins. But at the end of the day, Coach Eddie, I hope that it doesn't stink. I hope that no one runs away from no one. I hope that no casuals end up saying I found the fight boring, because that would actually hurt the sport. I would rather it be, like an all action back and forth. It was so close. Who really won? And it ends up being a draw or something. Like, that would be better for the sport. Right? But I don't know. What do you think, Ray?
What would be great for that? And I'm going to tell you how they're going to save the casual space. Entertainment. And what I mean by entertainment is they're going to have, we seen it last time when they had Eminem on stage, they're going to find somebody to perform or do some type of layout for the fans. It'll be somebody respectable. Is it going to be Taylor Swift? No, I hope not. But it'll probably be like somebody Jelly Roll or something like that. Something respectable where they'll have somebody come out there and they'll do such a great performance where the casual fans say, I've never seen this in boxing before. This is something great, and it'll bring them more. It'll keep your attention alive. So even if the boxing match is boring, at least they got entertainment value out of it, and that's what's going to capitalize. I think Turkey brings that to a lot of his fights. Hopefully TKO can bring something similar, especially with a kickoff like that. You want to have something that's going to be brighten the horizon of that takeoff of that series. So why wouldn't it be great? Especially they got the biggest fighter in the world on that card. I mean, and they got the pound for pound. I'm telling you, it's like you can't do better with the name of this fight. Like, greatness. At the end of the day, is greatness. And people are like, who's greatness? You already got people that know Canelo Googling that don't know Terrence Crawford, and why is he so great? The reason why they're doing that is because they know Canelo. And they're like, can he possibly lose this guy? Is this guy really that good? Now they're going back. Oh, this guy fought on ESPN? I didn't know that. So it gives that the whole cinematic buildup, which we haven't had in a long time in boxing. Actually, this fight's getting a lot of props and a lot of favoritism on a lot of things. Shout out to Shelton joining the building. What's up, my brother? You on mute?
Oh, fellas, I've been listening to y'all, man. Y'all been cooking for a little while.
Listen, this conversation needed. I knew that this conversation was going to be deep, and we were going to dive deep into it. I tried my best to save it to as close to the fight as possible, because really this could have happened weeks ago. But I was like trying to save it, like talk about other things. Like, nah, hold on, because we're not going to have nothing to talk about when the fight's right. Now, I hope that we didn't even have it too soon, being that it's all the way next week. But I'm sure there's going to be so many things coming out.
Yeah,
I'm anticipating interviews. I'm anticipating the grand arrivals next week to be special. I'm anticipating a lot. So this was a great conversation, man, and I loved it, man. We got to dive deep.
Yeah, I was listening to Coach Eddie, and he was talking about how Bud wins. Are you gonna hear a snack? He's cheating. He's this. He's that. He's the other. What I would say to Coach Eddie is that you have to understand that you can't fix stupid. You can fix a lot of things.
There's a risk for that, but I don't think it worked.
And I'm be real with you.
I know you can fix a lot of things.
You have to.
I'm a journeyman carpenter. I'm a carpenter foreman, a general foreman. I fixed a lot of things. One thing you can't fix is you can't fix stupid. You go to these other channels and you listen to these people and they have this thing fixated in their brain. And what I call it, I think you can help me with this, Ray. I think I've heard you say it before. What I call it is confirmation bias. That means it doesn't matter. Once you have something in your head, right, Coach Eddie, it doesn't matter what new information you receive. You're going to tailor that information to fit what you already believe.
Yep.
No matter what it is. So that's why, if you notice, I stopped going to certain places because, to keep it simple, you can't fix stupid. So I just stay away.
Listen, I'm
that's a
telling
great
you,
point.
at a certain point, you start to compromise your own. You start to come down a little bit, and you find yourself being this guy who's just like verbally getting into just arguments with people for nothing, and you start to say, there's an old saying, when you argue with fools, people from afar can't tell who's who. You know what I'm saying? So after a while, you got to start being aware and have your mind focused on. Hold on, bro. I can't fix stupid, but I don't want to start looking stupid out here. You know what I'm saying? Because you look crazy as hell arguing with a child about something that a child just can't comprehend. Sometimes you just got to let it be known that that's a child's conversation to have. So I agree with you 100%. And as far as the people who are going to try to discredit a victory by Terrence Crawford or whatever they're trying to do up to this point, you know what's happening in real life? In real life, I keep saying it, their voices don't count. Nobody's listening to them anymore.
Man,
they're
say it again, Clay. For the people in the back who didn't really hear you, say it again.
The relevant people in this space have said those guys. Let me tell you something, man. American boxing fell to the waistline underneath the voices of these people. So in other words, the people who are investing money into this space, the people who are trying to see the sport grow, they're not advertising, marketing, or taking into consideration those people. And those people are starting to feel it, right? Well, we can't go to the fights. Oh, our voices ain't being heard. Yeah, a long time ago, by the way, right? They've treated these fans as, and no, not to get too political, but I always use it. But I always say how Democrats have treated the black community, right? You're there. We don't have to worry about you. Feeding you stuff, giving you what you need, answering your questions, doing things. We don't need to. You have already been programmed to be where you're going to be. We're not concerned about you. We're going to go to the Jewish community. We're going to go to the Asian community. We're going to go to the Latin community because those guys are going to ask for stuff, and we need to make sure we're checking the boxes on a lot of things that they're asking for, or they'll mess around and not vote for us next time, right? So the people who are infusing resources into this space right now to see boxing grow don't hear the haters and the people who are making all of this about race and making it all about, particular little things and arguing and complaining and think that after they finish throwing shots and discrediting and making fun of people, calling them dry turkey and disrespecting their culture as far as Islam and how the women are treated or taking it deeper than it needs to go. Yeah, they don't listen to you guys. What they're doing is they focused on the next generation, your children, if anything, the people coming up in the game. That's why you see them focus on video games and you see them focus on doing the certain things that they're doing and exposing and making it free on Netflix. They're looking for a new fan base, a new audience, a new person who's going to watch the show and make boxing great again. They've lost complete faith in their ability to give you a product that you will support. So you'll watch in the background. You won't hit the like button. You'll hate. You'll go up the next day on a show and say the fights are weak. You'll do all of that. And those 300 to 500 people who are cheering you on, gaslighting you, telling you you're cooking, they'll sit there and satiate your need for a $5 super chat. But the boxing space, that needle will never move based on your opinion of what's going on in the sport. Nobody's listening to you. And they haven't been listening to you for a long time. You saw Shakur Stevenson sat there and put a tweet out the other day and said, that's why no real fighters come to your space and won't even talk to you guys. Because why? Because you have no respect. You have no respect. A generation of a bunch of people who have no respect, feel entitled, and don't know how to speak without attacking somebody's character, their integrity, and completely also misrepresenting a whole entire I don't even know if they're misrepresenting because they probably are representing it pretty well, but we got a whole drill rapper fan community that talk as if they're going to shoot each other when they see each other out in the streets. Nobody cares. You've tore the property value down completely. Now what you're watching is we're tearing down the cribs. We're building up buildings. We're raising the rent. We're regentrifying, and there's not going to be space left for you guys unless you step your game up. Then nobody cares about you. You're getting pushed out your own neighborhood. Boxing is being taken over because you guys have allowed it to be taken over because you guys did nothing to protect it and hold it. You cut down your own fighters. You crap all over everything except for your 1 or 2 fighters that you support. And boxing is responding accordingly at this point. So we're going to watch you. Well, we're not even watching you no more. You're operating based off of your little circle. Nobody's listening to you guys no more. Clearly. And I've heard you complaining, by the way. All the content creators, I've heard them. They're not even listening to us. Shakur's going to go fight in Riyadh. David Benavidez bent the knee and went to Riyadh. Yeah, bro. They're not listening to you no more. They don't care. They're going to go get money. They're going to go be great. They're going to go pursue legacy. They're going to do all those things that they wanted to do when they came into the game, and they don't care about you guys no more. Continue to celebrate your 1 or 2 fighters until they retire. It seems like they're about close to doing that anyway. And then come on back to boxing whenever you feel like it. We'll be waiting on you over here, though.
Hey, Clay, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you mention it early in the podcast when y'all was having the conversation. You talked about being creatures of a habit, and you kind of heavily skewed that towards Canelo. Now, you know, Bud is also a creature of habit too.
Yes, sir.
Bud is a guy who will sit in the pocket and he will exchange with you. I remember watching the Jose Benavidez fight live, sitting on the edge of my bed saying, this dude is about to get clipped, meaning Crawford. Because he was just them bullets were just whizzing by his head, by centimeters. And Crawford he does that in a lot of his fights, man. You go back and watch him, he'll stand there and he will freaking shoot it out with you right there, right toe to toe. I think at some point in time, he's gonna have to be careful if he does that. It goes back to that being a creature of habit and does that with Canelo. That's going to play into Canelo's hands. If you stand there and stand in the pocket and try to exchange with this guy, you're gonna have to be careful, man.
We talked about that.
But how do you find out, Coach? Here's my question, Coach. How do you find out if you can take the shot if you don't never take the shot?
And we talked about that too.
Yeah. Like Roy Jones said, the best chin is the one that don't. The best chin is the one that don't get hit. Now you can find out whether you can take the shot.
Roy stole that from Ali.
Okay.
Roy didn't say that.
Right.
Ali said it.
But the best chin is the one that don't get hit. Now you can find out what a guy's punching like by taking the shot on the shoulder, the glove, or something. You can tell if a guy's punching or not. You don't want to take that shot on the chin. Because you may get buckled, you may get hurt.
My point, Coach, I hear what you say, but my point is this. And then, I'm an old dude, so I go by the old school. I'm brought up and taught the old school way. Man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I've been fighting this way for 42 fights, and it's went pretty good. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
You ever heard different stroke for different folks? You ever heard that?
No, I haven't.
I'll pull it up.
And I also heard ride the horse that got you here. I also heard that too.
Right.
And how about
that means you can't fight everybody the same way. You can't fight everybody the same way.
But here's the thing, and that's my point. Honestly, Coach, look at his fights. Has he ever?
I think that
has he ever?
I think that he will adjust accordingly. You know what I'm saying?
What's his main attribute, Clay? What's one of his main attributes, Clay?
Adjusting, switching.
The ability to adjust mid-fight.
Oh, brother, I'm Team Crawford all the way, brother. I'm gonna be praying. Matter of fact, I'm gonna fast on Thursday night. I'll be praying and fasting on Thursday night. So I'm Team Crawford all the way, 100%. But like I said, I had to put my hatred and disdain for Canelo and my love for Crawford away just for the sake of conversation because these guys were being so objective. I didn't want to bring that heavily There you go.
Flag on the show, man. Turn that off.
Clay, you wrong for that, though. Clay, you wrong for that one.
This is used for educational purposes. Don't worry.
My
Not our
bad. Let me
song.
stop. I probably just got demonetized. But
And you know, and that's funny. It's funny
No, I
you
just
say
said
that,
that.
Coach Eddie, because it's funny you say that, Coach Eddie, because here's the deal. I respect Canelo. I love Canelo as a fighter. I think he's one of the best fighters we've had this generation. I just don't believe he's good enough to beat this guy. That's all.
And
that's all.
I'm honestly saying that I'm honestly saying that I don't know. And this, I'm being dead on. I really don't know how this fight's gonna pan out. I know who I want to win, but I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think at the, like we said earlier in the show, the thing that makes this fight super intriguing is because it can go bad real fast. Terrence Crawford is going to have to walk the walk. He's going to have to take some risk in this fight in order to get himself some opportunities to do some special things. But with those risks come, you know what I mean? Comes what comes with it, consequences, you know what I'm saying? But it also comes some rewards. It's up to him to gauge it out, to play with the probability and take the chances when he's supposed to take the chances. But at the same time, I agree with you, Coach Eddie. There's going to have to be moments in this fight where he knows I have to reserve myself. I have to be defensively responsible. I have to be unpredictable. I got to hit him with the shot he don't see, and I can't just let my hands go recklessly because this guy is a great counterpuncher. He loves to punch while you're punching. He loves to punch in the middle of your punching. He counts. He processes data like the same way I do. I think Terrence Crawford will be a fool not to walk into this ring with the most respect for the fighter he has in front of him. But I also believe that there is a way to win this fight, and I don't think you get to win this fight without taking no risk. And if you get fearful, and I'll look at Frank Martin versus Gervonta Tank Davis, for example, who was way too defensive, way too fearful, and end up allowing Tank to do whatever he wanted to, and he ended up getting knocked out. He should have probably mixed it up a little bit more. He should have realized he's going to have to take some chances, and that he was also going to have to get some sort of an offense going. He was going to have to win rounds. It wasn't just about surviving and not getting knocked out. It was about winning the fight. Jermell Charlo ran and survived. Terrence is trying to win. You can't win without taking some risk. It's a super interesting fight.
Let me just add to that. Hold on, Sheldon. Let me just add that if for anyone who didn't get to catch it from the beginning, you really should listen to the 2.5 or a little over 2 hours, because that's what we did. Is we basically broke down every thought that any person can have, whether you're rocking with Canelo or you're rocking with Crawford or you're kind of 50-50 in between. We just kind of put it all out there just so everybody could dissect it with themselves. And everybody, like what we're hearing from Sheldon and Coach Eddie, everybody's going to have their own opinion, which is why so many people are drawn to this fight. So I say that, let me land with this. The saying is, great minds think alike, but fools seldom differ.
Woo!
So all
this shit, man.
Anybody up here on this panel playing football?
Sheldon, hold on 1 second. Yo, we got 70 something people in here, 75, 72 people. I don't know what the number is, but please make sure that we're hitting that that we're hitting those like buttons. I appreciate you and thank you in advance for doing that already. And also subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. My bad, Shelton. Go ahead.
I want to know, anybody up on this panel, anybody playing any football?
Yeah.
Their kids growing up? Okay. So if you ever play football, what happens when you play scared?
You get hurt.
You're going to get hurt. You get hurt.
That's to Clay's point. To Clay's point. Crawford can't go in there fighting scared.
Boy, right there.
Fight the way you fight. There you go. There you go.
There you go, Ray. He played Ray right there.
I know he missed. I know he missed his barber. He thought he was something. He thought he was somebody.
But
take a picture on my good side. I just got it done.
I did have a lot of hair.
It's a thin line between being scared and respect. You can't go in there reckless either. You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
think
You got to find that balance.
I live with
Yeah, but see,
I
I
ain't
don't
gonna
think
lie,
you
I live
become
with
a
no
two
fear.
division undisputed champion. I don't think you become undefeated and a 4-weight division champion if you don't respect your opponents. I just
I
don't.
think
there's a difference between being fearful and being disrespectful, right? Disrespectful is not acknowledging the reality. You know, fear is natural, as a wise man once said, right? Every fear is good. Fear, everybody has fear. It's about what you do with the fear, right? It's about how you deal with it. So Terrence Crawford has got to have some thoughts in his mind. He understands there's some real consequences on the other side of a bad move or being somewhere he's not supposed to be at the wrong time or at the right time for Canelo Alvarez. But like Coach said, Eddie said, balance it. You got to balance it because it's going to take a little of everything potentially win this fight. And can't be over fearful because that'll make you look bad. Ask Frank Martin. But you can't be overconfident either and do things that you know isn't the right thing to do against this kind of fighter. You know what I mean?
That's funny.
Yeah, it's just like you sparring in the gym, right? You got a sparring partner. Now you got one sparring partner who don't punch that hard, so you can try all your tricks out on him. But then that guy who can crack, you're not trying all your tricks out on him because if you screw up, he's gonna make you pay for it. That's just the reality of the situation. You know, like that's it, bro. You know, you gotta always have respect. One thing that concerns me about this fight is Crawford's reaction time. The reason I say that, when you see a fighter start to freeze and close his eyes, that means he's seen the punch, but he couldn't get out the way of it.
Right.
So he seen it registered, but he couldn't move. He was stuck. And that happens when you started getting older. It happened to me. Punches that I didn't get hit with when I was 30, when I got 36, 37, I was taking them. I seen them coming, just couldn't get out the way. So and that is a real thing. The reaction time does slow down with age. That's a fact. I mean, it happens to everybody. That's why you even seen Canelo with the high guard now. He can't slip those punches like he used to when he was 31, when he was looking good against Danny Jacob. So he just walks you down now in the high guard because the reaction time isn't there.
Yeah, hold on one second. Feed me more zone. I'm putting the link out there for you, but I gotta see your face, so I'm not letting you up. You got an interesting name there, and yeah, that part. Shout out. We got British African American in the back. Can I see your face real quick? I won't post up your face. There we go. Perfect. All right. Thank you, man. Salute, family. How are you doing? Are you on the other side of the pond today, good sir?
Yeah. I'm in the UK. I'm British, but my ethnicity is African American. Yeah.
Love it. Welcome, sir.
Love it. What's on your mind? You got a lot of things going on over there too, man. That's probably tomorrow's show going to be a little bit more about that, but y'all got a lot of stuff going over there. But how you feeling about this one, man? Talk to me.
Yeah. I've done a lot of research on this fight. A lot of extensive research. I've downloaded hundreds of footages pertaining to Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford. And I basically have come up with a prediction for the fight, but it's taken me 9 months to basically come up with a prediction for this fight. I'm 100% certain, and it's almost a foregone conclusion to me that Terence Crawford is going to win this fight by unanimous decision. And the reason why he's going to win this fight, and I just want to make a disclaimer: this fight will be boring after round 4. I promise you that. And the reason why is because Terence Crawford is taking this fight because he understands that Canelo Alvarez's style is a bad style. It's a style that where Terence Crawford is going to be able to time Canelo Alvarez, is going to be able to fight in the pocket and basically rack up points. So he's going to win by basically racking up more punches. So when you watch the fight, it will be boring, like it will, but you basically will see that how he's going to win. He's going to be punching more and landing more punches that won't really do anything to Canelo, but you can't give Canelo that round. And that's going to happen round after round. And I predict he's going to win maybe 7 rounds to 5. And that's how I see the fight. Yeah.
So you're saying it's going to be like, it sounds like the way you're describing it is like Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler. Because believe me, a lot of us who watched that felt like Sugar Ray wasn't really hurting Marvin Hagler, especially in them 30-second flurries that was happening. It was close, I'll admit that, but to this day, I still have it for Hagler. Is that the way you're seeing it, or you think it's going to be boring?
No. So I see. So you know Canelo Alvarez versus Dimitri Bivol. It's gonna be something like that. It's gonna be basically like that. You're in the fight. You're gonna be surprised at how basically it's gonna look as if Terrence is the bigger guy, because Terrence is actually gonna be punching down. He's not gonna be punching forward, because Terrence Crawford has a longer reach than Dimitri Bivol, and is actually the taller man. I don't think Canelo is the bigger man either. I don't believe that. I believe that they're actually the same size. And I believe that Terence can take the power. He will get hit, but I believe he will take it, and I don't believe he'll get dropped.
That's an interesting thing. We
Yeah.
certainly we hope that it is not boring, because this is the grand opening to boxing being free again. And the last thing we want is the controversy of mainstream United States media to call it boring. That's really what's been missing. Like I think earlier somebody had said Terrence Crawford doesn't sell, right? You can make that argument for anyone, like Boots Enos. You could say, well, they don't sell. But if a tree falls in a forest and no one was there to hear it, then did it really happen, right? That's kind of what happened to Terrence Crawford's career. If you had put Terrence Crawford's first 30 fights on free TV, he'd be one of the biggest stars in the world. But it wasn't on free TV. It was extremely hard to access. And then, they take away HBO and there's all kinds of other stuff. So that being said, this fight being in such a high level and being free to 300 million global subscribers, I really hope you're wrong, and I really hope that it's not boring. If anything, I'd rather it be controversial.
Hey, I'm gonna come down for 2 seconds. Y'all hold it down for me, man.
Yep.
I got a quick point I want to make real quick to the gentleman across the pond. What's your name, sir? I don't want to disrespect you. The one from England.
Yeah, my name's John. My name's Johnny. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sir. Now I'm gonna give you a little bit of pushback on the comparison between Dimitri Bivol and Canelo. And the reason I'm giving you pushback because Crawford does not have anywhere near the activity for his work rate as Bivol has. Bivol threw 700 punches in that fight. Crawford don't throw 700 punches. He's very strategic. He's very reserved. As a matter of fact, I don't think his punch count will get over 500 in this fight. The only reason Bivol was able to win that fight because basically off of sheer activity. Because Canelo threw 495 punches in the entire fight. Bivol threw 710. That's over 200 more punches in that fight that Bivol threw. And he barely eked out a 7-5 decision. Just clearly outworking the guy and outlanding the guy. Bivol landed 152 punches. Canelo only landed 84, according to CompuBox. So I don't think that fight's gonna play out like this at all. To be honest, I just think Crawford does not let his hands go in the same fashion that Bivol does. Bivol just basically outworked Canelo and kept him on the end of the jab and beat him with activity, controlled him with range, and fought a strategic boxing match and basically just outpointed Canelo. And at times he pushed him back and he opened up on him with a barrage of punches. And he was still barely able to get a decision. It was 7-5. So Crawford's going to have to be totally dominant in these rounds to get the decision. If you have a close round, who you think the judge is going to lean towards? Think they're going to lean towards Canelo? Or you think they're going to lean towards Crawford, the guy who's basically on his way out? Or they're going to give it to the guy who has a few more years left? That's when the politics of boxing are going to come into play.
Yeah, I believe Canelo Alvarez will have an advantage with the judges in this fight. But that exactly ties into the reason why I'm picking Terence to win. I believe Terence wants this fight more than Canelo, because Terence knows that there will be some biasy towards Canelo because it will be in Las Vegas. But what I meant by the similarities between the Dimitri Bivol fight and how I think this fight is going to go. I'm not saying that Crawford is going to be punching as much as Dimitri Bivol. What I meant was the way Bivol controls the range and the ring, how he keeps moving to the center of the ring. Because if you notice that fight, Dimitri Bivol was where he wanted to be. He didn't let Canelo move him into certain positions, and Terence Crawford is going to do the same thing. He's going to go into certain parts of the ring. He's gonna go to use the center of the ring. He's gonna basically go where he wants, and Canelo is not going to be able to dictate where he wants Crawford to be, and that is gonna basically, because Canelo doesn't have the footwork anymore to basically do what he needs to do to win this fight. Because the only real advantage, in my opinion, that Canelo has coming into this fight is power and some sort of size advantage. And some good timing, but he's not moving his head as much, and his footwork is not very good. So he really can only win this fight, in my opinion, one way, and and Crawford can win this fight 5 different ways. So I have to favor the guy who can win this fight more ways than 2 ways or 1 way.
Okay. I want to tap in real quick, right? Not to interrupt y'all conversation, but just to say that I can British African American. I love your I love that you took your time to kind of look at it from multiple different ways, and you're basically playing the probability game of saying that if something goes one way and it doesn't work, that Crawford has options and he has different ways to approach this. And it kind of aligns with my thoughts a little bit as far as the adjustment factor. And I think when it comes down to it, I feel Terence can adjust. And, I wonder how much adjusting can Canelo do. What I really see Canelo doing, and I was gone, by the way, I was outside taking a phone call real quick, so I don't know if you already spoke on it, but just to say that, to me, Canelo's just going to keep pressing the matter, right? He's going to continue to, use his head movements. He's going to try to cut the ring off. He's going to try to get some angles. He's going to try to attack the body, and he's going to try to break Terence Crawford down, slow him down enough to where his combinations, can become more effective and then ultimately stop Terence Crawford. That's what I believe he's going to try to do. But I think Terence Crawford has the ability to counter, especially with the team he has with Bomac and all those guys. I believe strategy-wise, they'll have answers for these questions. He might have a round or 2 to where it looks bad, but look for Crawford to adjust in the following round and cut that out and limit the success of these campaigns, and also be able to make Canelo Alvarez pay regularly as Canelo's trying to press it, walking Canelo into a lot of shots and outscoring him and out punching him. I do believe, though, that Terence Crawford can hurt Canelo. I think people are sleeping on his ability to do that. But like my guy Angelo says, we don't know what we don't know, right? So the reality is we haven't seen Terence Crawford hurt anybody like a Canelo Alvarez. So, we'll have to see it. I believe he can. We'll see if he does. I think the body's also going to play a large part of the in this conversation. I think people haven't really seen a real legitimate dialed in campaign on Canelo Alvarez's body. I think don't be shocked if you don't see Terence Crawford show that body's a little bit more available and not as sturdy. Like that chin is sturdy, that head is sturdy, but that body's going to be tested. And I think if Canelo Alvarez doesn't pace himself properly in this fight, if he continues to try to level up and pick up the pace and throw a lot of power shots combined with the body campaign that Terence Crawford is probably going to throw out there, I wouldn't be shocked to see the conditioning start to become an issue for Canelo, like, round 7, 8. You start seeing him fade and start seeing Terence Crawford actually take advantage of him. And you might see Canelo Alvarez actually get hurt in this fight, maybe even get sat on his pockets, get caught with a shot that might sit him on his pockets. I wouldn't be shocked to see any of those things. I'd be celebrating and going crazy to see Terence Crawford stop Canelo, but I'm not going to lie, I don't know if I see that happening. But it'd be awesome. But I do think that you can see Canelo Alvarez respect the power of Terence. You can see Terence hurt Canelo, and you can see Canelo have to adjust with that. With that unfortunate reality. But I love your breakdown, man. I could see it definitely going that way, without a doubt, as far as Terrence Crawford winning that punch exchange situation and being able to deal with that power as well from Canelo.
Hey, Clay, can I say one thing for you real quick? Just give you a little pushback on what you just said.
Sure.
It's a difference between punching because you want to and punching because you have to.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's what Canelo does well. He come forward, and I seen Crawford doing this in his training camp. He was going backwards. He was jogging backwards, and he was punching going backwards. Now, Canelo's good at wearing people down by simply coming forward and making these guys punch when they don't want to punch. Crawford's good at fighting at his own pace. That's why he's so good. He dictates terms, he sets the rhythm, he sets the pace, and he controls the action. So basically, you're fighting on all his terms. Canelo, I believe, like I said, I'm Team Crawford. I think Canelo is going to try to somewhat rope-a-dope Crawford into getting Crawford to punch himself out, making Crawford punch when he don't want to punch, and trying to wear him down that way. And you can tell when a guy starts to lose his strength because the punches are not as heavy anymore. Or you can tell this guy's starting to fade a little bit, and then Canelo going to try to pick it up on him. You know, that is a scenario because got to remember, we hadn't seen Crawford fight at 160 yet. He looks good. He's chiseled. He looked healthy, but we hadn't seen him fight at this weight. So is that going to play a part? Like you said, there's so many scenarios. There's so many different things that can happen in this fight. You just can't nail it down to one particular facet because it's a multiplicity of things that can happen in this fight.
And speaking of that, Coach Eddie, and thank you for pointing that out, for all of you guys who are on the chat that are just jumping on, it's been 3.5 hours. If you watch the first 2 hours of the show, again, for all of you who are saying, well, why don't you speak to this or why don't you speak to that? We literally did a 3-panel discussion where Clay argued 10-5 for Terrence Crawford. I argued 10-7 for Canelo Alvarez. You got a lot of the same things Coach Eddie's saying we addressed. And then Ray was 9-8. I forgot. Was it 9-8 Crawford?
9-8 Crawford, yeah.
9-8 Crawford. So if you'd like to rewatch a great show, or if Clay would like to put just the 2 hours as a separate video on a great breakdown analysis, a lot of the things you guys are going to hear someone like a Coach Eddie say, which is all correct. We addressed it too in the first 2 hours of the show. We talked about why this is a 50-50 fight. So yeah, but go ahead, Clay. Sorry to interrupt. We got to
no doubt. Actually, what I wanted to do is I want to bring I Am 444 up in the building. He just came in here and gave me an opportunity to build too. How you doing, family?
Hey, what's going on, Clay? What's going on, panel?
Good, long time. Man, hope everything's good with you, brother.
Absolutely. But what I want to speak on is this. I think people are overlooking the inside game. I think Crawford, having a wrestling background, I think he's going to show the world what it looks like. See, no one has ever stepped to Canelo and in a certain way. And I think Crawford understanding position and understanding how to distribute his weight. I think we're going to see slightly some of the stuff we saw in the Errol Spence when there were moments where he stepped into Errol Spence and almost kind of somewhat bullied him to a degree. And people were kind of shocked that he kind of manhandled him in a certain way. I'm not saying he's going to manhandle Canelo, but if you position yourself, I think the inside game that I think Crawford is going to implement some inside game. You saw it a little bit when Madrimov would come in and Crawford would do a quick, few body shots and Madrimov would retreat or clinch immediately. I think that that's also going to be a component that is going to throw Canelo off because if Crawford, I get everybody saying like Bivol kept Canelo at the end of his punches, but what happens as a fighter if you are not at the end, but you're in the chest of a person? You know what I mean? Where you're not at the end, nor are you in a position to where, you can get attacked from the end, but you're inside. Now, all of a sudden, the inside game has to be executed. And I think Crawford is going to implement some of the inside game, and that's going to throw Canelo's rhythm off, in my opinion. I think most people that I see that fights Canelo, he is obviously trotting towards them, hunting them down, and they're almost at the end, and he's able to load up, throw his, square, triangle punch, very simple, fundamental, but definitely effective. So I think that's what's going to be a problem for Canelo, experiencing somebody that comes in to actually fight and to challenge his position, to challenge him as just a man. It's almost like I for some reason I see a little bit of that inside game, and I'm going to be curious to see how that looks, on fight night.
Beautiful, man. I appreciate the breakdown. Thank you for contributing. Hey, we got 70 people in the building, or a little more than 70 people. Let's take an opportunity to go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't done it. I appreciate you and thank you in advance for that. Of course, subscribe and hit your bell notifications if you haven't done that as well. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, man.
Yes. Let me tell you, I'm loving this fight more and more. I'm looking at the chat. I got Echo saying he got 30-70. Someone else said 40-60. Someone said 50-50.
Echo said 50-50 now, too. I think he switched it
No,
up.
It's not 50-50. He said he got it 30-70.
It's not, yeah, you're right. Yes, he says it's not 50 for you, right?
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, when I look at the numbers, I'm looking at the chat and I'm listening to like so many disparities and so many different ratios of who's winning, why they're winning. Look, 65-35. Like, there's so many variables, man, in this equation that we got in this fight, and people, and it's making. Listen, you could talk about taking what's his name, Jake Paul, all you want. They ain't talking about no 50-50, 35, 25, 75.
This fight is boxing, man.
Right.
And definitely
no shot at them, by the way, Clay.
These moments to talk about it on these panels are important, right? And it's the purpose of a channel like this. The purpose is to really show people and give them understanding on why this fight is important, why it's an intriguing fight, and what comes with it. And like you said, we won't dive into these type of conversations. I mean, clearly, right? We know we're not diving into no conversation about breaking down what Jake Paul and Tank is going to do. I mean, we can, though. I think we can legitimately talk about the size difference and how is Tank going to get inside of Jake Paul's, reach and affect him, and will his power translate into something that can hurt Jake Paul, and can Jake Paul, we can. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It don't matter what. If it's a fight, we can talk about it. If it's a fight, we can talk about it, right? It is what it is. But yeah, man, it's intriguing to say the least. Everybody has such. I mean, shout out to the British African American. He came in with some perspective. I am 444 came in with perspective. Obviously, me, Ray, and Angelo came with perspective. Coach Eddie has perspective. Everybody, Shelton came up. He had perspective. And everybody's not the same because this fight has so many different ways it can end up, so many scenarios. The question is, and it's always going to be the biggest question is going to be who shows up September 13th. That version of Canelo, will that version of Canelo with that game plan and strategy that Canelo chooses to use be effective? And the same thing on the reverse. Will Terrence Crawford, the guy who shows up September 13th after this camp, will his strategy, will his he went into the Madrimov fight with a game plan, and it was the wrong game plan. He had to adjust and give a new game plan. He admitted that, right? When he fought Madrimov, he said, I'm not going to lie. I thought he was going to come more aggressive, and we came prepared for a different Madrimov, and he had to adjust. So the game plan that Terrence Crawford and Bomac have come up with that they're going to enter this ring with, is it the right game plan? Did what they thought Canelo Alvarez was going to do, is that actually what Canelo is going to do? And is their game plan going to be the perfect game plan for Canelo, or did they get it all wrong? And Canelo has a whole different bag of tricks, a whole different tool that he's going to pull out the bag. And is Terrence Crawford going to have to adjust to that? And can he adjust to it? And vice versa, even for Canelo. Will Canelo's game plan be effective? And if that game plan he has is effective, well, does he have a legitimate B plan? A plan that he's going to be able to pull out to adjust to the new version of Terrence Crawford that he didn't anticipate happening.
Right.
Crazy.
Yo, Ray, can I ask y'all? Can I ask the panel a question? This is just a thought that just popped in my head. Now we see Canelo giving Terrence Crawford a lot of props and a lot of respect. We all seen that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It seems as though he's doing that to throw the scent of David Benavidez off, elevating Crawford to a higher level than David Benavidez. So if he beats Crawford, he by default automatically beats David Benavidez without fighting him.
I don't think I think partially I can get with that. Not all the way. I do think that there's a benefit in Canelo putting Terrence on the pedestal. And we talk about that even with Floyd Mayweather with his famous hell of a fighter line, right? He always does that because the victory is in the opponent and the level of skills that the opponent brings to the table, right? Like, I don't want you discrediting my opponent, saying that it's a wash, he's trash, he's a cherry pick. That doesn't do nothing for me. So my legacy in this fight meaning something and being a great victory aligns with me giving this fighter all the credit in the world that he deserves. And I know a lot of fans don't understand that. They'll discredit the value of a fighter, and and then expect the whole world to give their fighter all the props in the world for beating that fighter right after he does it. But Canelo understands that. He's cut from the old school. He's cut from that different cloth, right? Canelo is from another generation that's translated well into this generation. Nobody's been able to take him off that pedestal, but he comes from that Floyd Mayweather cloth. He comes from that Miguel Cotto cloth. He comes from, he comes from that Shane Mosley, from them guys. He was at the end of those guys' reign and brought in that same energy into this space. So he understands we're going to give value to Terrence Crawford. We're going to tell everybody that he's a two-weight class undisputed champion, a 4-weight class champion, that he's a great fighter, that he's one of the best fighters he's ever faced. But is he trying to get out of the shadow of David Benavidez? I hope he's not, because I don't think Terrence Crawford helps him do that necessarily. I think Terrence Crawford does check the box as far as a legacy fight is concerned, as far as a fight that the fans want to see. I think we're seeing that as time goes on. People are speaking of it a little bit more honestly. Pundits in the game, people like that, are speaking about this way more honestly than they were talking about it a year and a half ago. A year and a half ago, they acted like this fight is trash. Nobody wants to see this fight. But the reality is coming to the surface, right? What's in the dark will come to light, that people know the magnitude of this fight. But I ain't gonna lie to you. I think David Benavidez will always be a stain on Canelo Alvarez's career, as far as it will be talked about as, yeah, but what about David Benavidez? Yeah, he did that, but he didn't want that David Benavidez smoke. They're gonna bring it up.
That's gonna be on his resume, just like Paul Williams is on Floyd, and just like.
But it won't take away from the greatness, right? Like Paul Williams didn't take away from the greatness of Floyd.
Well, what's the other dude? What's the name that wanted to fight Sugar Ray Leonard? I don't know why I had his name, but then went to Paul Williams first.
Aaron Pryor.
Aaron Pryor. Thank you.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? They're gonna always be mentioned in the background, but they ain't gonna take away from the greatness of what this guy's career is based on.
Yeah.
Great point too. Clay, we can't forget, man. So we got a fight on the 13th with Terrence Crawford. And I don't know how they're gonna follow it up, because we ain't even hearing nothing about the other fight that's on the 14th.
Is that the Inoue fight, right?
Inoue and MJ.
Hold on one second. Let me just read this. HLD throwing shots. Well, he ain't throwing shots, but HLD keeping it spicy. And I appreciate the $5 holler for my guy HLD, man. Thank you for the support, man. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All you gotta do is give us some Ostarine, bro. You ain't gotta give us $5.
Makes the biggest difference. So it says Bud has received in the mail his 10-day utilities disconnect notice for September 13th. The strike of midnight. It will be lights out for Bud. Handed by
Dang.
HLD put some thought in that all show. He was thinking about that, because it took him some time.
He coated it in some candy, some marshmallows, and then he done slipped us a damn poison shot. He gave me $5 to go hit me over the head with that. Break my heart, bro. I rebuke that in the name.
He did a clever ling to you. He made you read it online.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Hey, but Ray just said, right, that a year ago nobody was talking about this fight. Now, I'm gonna tell you my honest opinion I think this fight is kind of like a timeshare. If you ever bought a timeshare, it's a bad deal. when you bought it, but 2 years later you talk about how great it is because you know you can't get rid of it. And that's what this fight is. A year and a half ago, nobody wanted it, but now we got it. So now we're stuck with it. So now we got to make the best of it. Yeah, and that's what this fight is. It's a timeshare. Now, can Crawford win the fight? I pray he does, because if he does not win this fight, I don't want it. It's going to be bad if he don't win this fight. I think it's worse for Crawford. I think it's worse for Crawford to lose than it is for Canelo to lose, to be honest.
It depends how.
No.
If he fights and he just loses the fight like in a decision, or he gets stopped in the late rounds, it's not as bad.
No.
If he gets like clipped like round 2 or 3 and just put to sleep, it's gonna look like he should have never even been there in the first place.
Our community will be bad, right? But when you're talking globally, Canelo's going to catch more riff because the fact that it's a no-win situation for him. He's fighting a smaller guy that moved up for the first time, a championship fight, just like Amir Khan, and they're going to say he picked on a smaller fighter. He should have fought Benavidez, just like somebody mentioned earlier. Then you figure if he loses, they're going to be like, this is why he didn't want to fight Benavidez. So he's going to catch hell either way. Crawford will catch it because he's daring to be great from the haters, from the people in our community that just despise him because he beat Earl Spence, or despise him because he's just what we have in closest we have to a Floyd Mayweather in today's time. Whatever the case they're going to throw out there, and I don't mean his fighting style, guys. I'm talking about records. Whatever happens, they're going to find a way to kick his back in, but it'll be on a small level because Terrence is going to ride off into the sunset. He did everything he had to do. He got a paycheck, and he's going to be gone. Canelo's the one that's got fights left. Canelo's the one that has to deal with the ridicule, win or lose. Crawford going to be fine. I
don't think Terrence is necessarily daring to be great. To be honest, I think he already is great. I mean, because if you look at Usyk, I mean, a lot of people will arguably say Usyk is pound for pound number 1, but even he has said that Terrence Crawford is pound for pound number 1. I think Dimitri Bivol said Terrence Crawford's style should be in a book of how to box. So he's basically saying he's pound for pound number 1. Most of the pound for pound fighters are acknowledging the fact that Terrence is pound for pound number 1. You know, like and the sparring that Canelo is doing with Jaron Ennis is not going to help him, because Jaron Ennis is not a pound for pound fighter. You know, he's a guy that picks fights and he has no power. You know, and just has a lot of wins, in my opinion.
Hot take from British African American, y'all.
Man. I'm like, listen, do you got a wrench, bro? Go take it.
I don't know what a wrench, but just letting you know that we close to Philly, man. So you might catch the stray. Philly's never too far away. Watch with that Jaron Ennis conversation, boy. He gets crazy over her.
No. We're just messing with you.
No, 100%.
But no, in all reality, like, I think again you can see it from a lot of different perspectives. I will say one of the things that we do our very best on this show is to not give you something that wouldn't be factual, right? We could be opinionated, but we try to get it down to facts. And I think the reason why the Jaron Boots Ennis thing with Canelo's happening is Boots Ennis' next fight is Lima. And for anyone who doesn't know who Lima is, go look him up. He's not going to be an easy fight. Very strong if Boots gets careless, like how Abdullah Mason got careless over someone that no one knew. Abdullah Mason got knocked down twice in a round.
Right.
So he can't get careless with Lima, right? That's number one. And I think that as fans, it's easier to project ahead, right? Kind of like me and Ray are in the same fantasy football team right now and are in the same fantasy football league. And it's easy to project ahead what we think.
Oh, yeah.
But then it's just going to come down to the game anyways. And I say that to say that I've always been huge on Boots. I've always, when Boots was 23, I thought, this guy might challenge these. The way across the pond that they talk about Ituma, and how they say Ituma maybe could challenge Usyk now is exactly how I felt about Boots Ennis when he was 23. I was like, why not put him in there with Errol Spence? What's the worst case scenario here, right? If he lost, then at least we know the level. But if he beats Errol Spence and he's 24 years old, he just beat Errol Spence. So why not do it, right? And my entire thing with that was just like when people say Crawford doesn't sell tickets. I don't blame Crawford. I don't blame his style. I don't blame the way he's fought. I blame American TV for that. If Crawford was British, he would be every bit as popular as the most popular boxer in the world, right? It's just that he lives in America. He's from Omaha, Nebraska, and even regular ass Omaha, Nebraska TV wasn't showing his fights free on television. So how are you supposed to get a fan base if no one knows how you fight? So Boots Enos got brought in for Canelo. Good job, Eddie Hearn. Eddie has a good relationship with Canelo. Whether you believe Boots Enos is not the same type of fighter as Terrence Crawford, or it's not even the same look. Look, man, at this point of the game with both Crawford and Canelo, you just want to get challenged in sparring. Mm-hmm. You're bringing in other chess players that can challenge your mind, because at the end of the day, when Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez get in the ring, what we're hoping it produces is a high-level chess match, but with great action. What we really don't want is Skull Canelo, right? What we really don't want is a boring version of something, because
it's Core De Los Santos.
Right. So,
or Jamel Canelo.
Right, exactly.
Definitely don't want that.
Well, what about Yo-Yo Hernandez? Because that's the other sparring partner. That's great sparring.
Oh, Yoeli Hernandez is a killer, Coach Eddie.
Absolutely. That's the other guy that he's sparring with. One of them is orthodox. One of them is southpaw. So Canelo's covering all his bases.
100%.
Hernandez is a power punching, long range type of guy from their Cuban school.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, this dude, he's covering all his bases, man. I'm telling you, in other words, I'm Team Crawford, but Crawford is not going to bring anything that Canelo has ever seen before.
But there's something he hasn't covered.
That goes to my one of my questions, right? What you just said, Coach Eddie, right? That was one of my questions. But anyway, I think great conversations. And
hold on a second. British African American, you was gonna say something, right?
Oh yeah.
I want to elaborate on what he said, though, Clay.
Okay. I was basically saying that because Coach Eddie was saying, like, he's got the power covered and he's got the speed covered. I mean, speed and power, is a singular element. I can punch as hard, and I can punch fast and I can punch hard, but what about the IQ? What about the timing? What about the reflexes? What about that karate wrestling style that Terrence Crawford has? A lot of people don't understand that Terrence Crawford has like a karate-like wrestling style. That's a style that you can't really train for, really. You can't train for that. The reason why Dimitri Bivol beat Canelo is because Dimitri Bivol has a rhythm that cannot be replicated. The rhythm that you have as a boxer is dependent on your genetics. Your genetics determines your style. A lot of people don't realize that a trainer can give you the elements, but your genetics determine the style. So even though Canelo has those areas covered, when he gets into the ring with Terrence, it's going to be a completely different story. He's fighting someone that technically is never gotten knocked out or knocked down and has never lost. He's fighting someone that's never lost, is never drawed with anyone. Canelo gets frustrated in fights. He gets frustrated, and you can see that his face goes red. He bites his gum shield. That's never happened with Terrence Crawford. So clearly there's an IQ deficit. So clearly one boxer is going to have the higher IQ level, and that's why I don't see Canelo winning this fight. I think people are going to be very, very upset, and I think there's going to be fights after this fight with Mexicans and other black people and stuff. There's going to be fights after it when people see that their hope hasn't won this fight. Man. It's not going to win, and it's a shame, man. But yeah, it is what it is.
I think you may be doing, because I fell into this trap, and I'm just maybe throwing this out there. I think you're doing what I did when Demetrius Andrade fought David Benavidez. I wanted something so bad that I convinced myself that it was really going to happen. And I think a lot of times we do that. When we want something to happen, we'll make it happen inside our head anyway. But everything you just said, Canelo has a better resume. He's been in with the better fighters. And that's not, I don't know if that's an opinion. I think that he has more fights. I mean, look at him. He has a better resume than Crawford. I want Crawford to win. I don't know if he's going to win. I want him to win really, really bad, because anytime Canelo fights, I want the other guy to win. I enjoy watching Canelo lose. I even sometimes go back and watch old fights when he lost just to satisfy myself to see him lose again, because I really enjoy watching this guy lose. There's only 2 fights I can go to. It's Mayweather and Bivol. That's it. And I want Crawford to beat this guy. But I just don't want to fall into the trap of wanting something so bad. And y'all was up here. Remember, I was making the case for Demetrius Andrade the whole time. I was beating that drum. And Demetrius Andrade got cooked. And I don't want this to happen. I don't want to beat the drum so loud for Crawford. And then like, dang, man, Crawford been there and got Demetrius Andrade. I don't think it's going to happen, but I hope it don't happen.
Coach, you got to beat the drum, bro, and we take our risk.
Top the yard.
Beat the drum, and we take our L's, and we take our medicine like some soldiers if Crawford falls short. But we gotta beat our drums, bro, because you know why? Because they're not gonna hesitate to beat their drums for the fighter that they support. At the end of the day, we have a true champion in the ring with Canelo Alvarez, who has a real, honest chance of winning this fight. And I'm picking him to win, not just because I support him, but because I believe he can do it. And listen, man, can't be scared to beat that damn drum, bro.
Nope.
Can't be scared to beat that damn drum, bro. We can't worry about being right. We got to worry about this is about support. I think Terrence Crawford has earned the support of his fans, and he's earned the benefit of the doubt from his fans to be like, have I ever let you down before? No. Am I undefeated? Yes. Have I challenged myself and gone into different weight classes and unified belts and become undisputed? Yes. Didn't I say I wasn't going to fight Canelo in the beginning? Yes. Didn't I change my mind and say I'll fight him now? Yes. Why? Because I read it, I analyzed it, and I looked at it, and I said, I could beat this dude. That's it. That's it. Let's get it. We are hoping, Echo. Echo says you're hoping.
Like I said, daring to be great. And I'm going to tell you why I said that again, British African-American. The reason why I say that is because if he wasn't daring to be great, then he wouldn't be going after another undisputed title. He wouldn't be able to put his name in the record books for all types of things that's going to calculate on the accolades that's going to build his career if he wins this fight. That's daring to be great. It's not so much of just beating Canelo and then that shows him as being great. It shows him as the rewards and the awards that come from beating Canelo. All the things that come along with it. Those things are going to be the intangibles that's going to make him great. And that's the things he's daring to do. So when I say daring to be great, it's not so much of him just winning a fight and moving up in weight. We don't know what's going to happen. Like the unknown is there. We already know, right? What was that movie? With the dog that was a dragon, never ending story, right? The Nether. We don't know what the never is. We only know what the noun is. So only way we're gonna know the noun is by this man believing in himself and us believing in him to do it as well. So I think he's daring to be great. I mean, when Canelo dared to be great, they was so preaching that all over the world. So why can't Terrence be daring the same thing? You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with that.
This is how you know, by the way, that this show is all encompassing, because my man Ray just pulled out Never Ending Story, y'all, and you got to be old like me to know that movie.
That was a great movie, by the way. Putin, whatever your name is, says it's about being objective observer, not tribalism. Trust me, super objective up here, super objective. Like my guy.
You gotta watch the first 2 hours.
I was about to say you gotta watch the
first 2 hours.
Absolutely. Let me tell you how objective it is.
There's without a doubt. You know what I mean? We've been objective of him. We give it on different angles, but without a doubt, support is support. And Terrence Crawford is getting support. It's not about, you know what I mean, we supporting Terrence, bro. I mean, people
the fact that we've spoken 4 hours about Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez without us yelling at each other on who hates who and whatnots, it just showing you, again, we're trying to be as a very positive centric show, and we're being supportive to all the boxers and not picking them apart. And I say that to add on Ray's point, right? Why is this greatness for us, British African American fan? It's because Crawford could have done what Tank Davis is doing right now. Let me get the bag and let me go fight Jake Paul. Why was there so many hardcore fans mad at Tank Davis when he did it? Why is there so many hardcore fans that are like, I'm not even gonna watch that shit, man? This makes me sad, right? Because Tank Davis is 30, and it's nothing about that fight is daring to be great. All that says is, I'm an American young man who wants to get the bag. This isn't a real fight. This is a circus. I believe it's still being called an exhibition because they can't even get it sanctioned. It's such a circus, and there's nothing wrong with a circus. Muhammad Ali fought Lyle Alzado. Muhammad Ali fought a Japanese wrestler, right? We got no problems with that. I think the problem we have, though, is that Tank Davis lost. We all know he did. And instead of giving the man a rematch, which he promised, he decided to go ahead and go fight the big, tall white man who can make him the most money in America, right? Terrence Crawford could have done that so many times, and he did not. What Terrence Crawford chose to do, for people who say, well, he's just going after the money. Why not? He's giving you everything. He's 41-0. He's done 2 undisputed belts. At least he's going for the money against the pound-for-pound number 8 best fighter in the world. At least he's going for the money against someone 3 times bigger than him, if we're being real about it, right? In terms of what that person's already proven. And at least he's fighting in a real event with a real fight. So it is greatness. It's greatness that it's free. It's greatness that he's willing to take an L. He's willing to take the L. That's greatness. That's greatness.
Yeah, you put it on the line, man. He's a fighter that gets my support because of many reasons, man. The family, man, the clean lifestyle, the commitment to the sport, and checking the boxes for me, aiming to be great, legacy. If there's belts there, he doesn't want a bunch of belts floating around his division that he ain't got. If he's in your division, he's competing. He wants all them damn things. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, we could bring up 154 and say what he's doing there, but look, he's shown and proven who he is and what he's trying to bring to the table. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send it around the room one time because it's about that time for me. It's heading on 4 hours. I gotta go at the end of the night. My wife just walked through the door. She's gonna be looking at me with the crazy eye. So, babe, I'm telling them I'm about to go. So go ahead and we can send it full circle. We can send it full circle. What you looking at me crazy for? What you kind of taking my keys?
All right, I guess I'll jump it off real quick. I just want to say, man, that I am emotionally invested in this fight. Mm-hmm. And I hadn't been emotionally invested in a fight in a while. Mm-hmm. The last time I was emotionally invested in the fight was when AJ fought Andy Ruiz. That gutted me for about 2 or 3 days. Because, you know, just keeping 100, I'm a black man. I was tribal at that time, and still am to a certain degree. And I seen this big black guy get the brake speed off of him by this little pudgy guy, and it was the imagery. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't sit well with me. I'm emotionally invested in this fight because we have 2 cultures. I own a boxing gym. I have blacks and I have browns in my boxing gym, and all the browns are saying my whole house is going with Canelo because we rock with Mexico. And there's nothing wrong with that. And people got to understand there's nothing wrong with getting behind your people, whether you're Filipino, Mexican, black, British. That's natural. There's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean that you're racist. That just means that's the natural thing to do, in my opinion. So naturally, I'm with Crawford, and I am emotionally invested in this fight, and I really, really want him to win. I'm going to land my plane right there. Great show, guys. Great content. Clay and Ray, keep up the good work. Reyes, great work. British African American, nice to meet you, my brother.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I guess I'll come in as well. You know, yeah. I mean, I think this is gonna be a good fight. You know, it's gonna be a good fight. We'll finally have someone who is pound for pound number 1. You know, because if Terrence Crawford does win, You know, he won't be in the same class as Usyk or the other guy, because he'll be a free division undisputed champion. I don't think that will be achieved ever again, to be fair, for probably another 50 years maybe. So this probably will be the fight which will get a pound for pound number one. But I just want to mention one other factor as to why I promise you that Terence Crawford will win. Is you have to understand that in fighting, there are fighters that have a certain mentality. Terence Crawford is 38 years old, has not one single grey hair or receding hairline, and has not aged at barely, that much, right? Whereas Canelo Alvarez looks significantly older. His whole camp has been popped for PEDs. I do not believe.
Well, Jaime McGee has been unveiled. He said
Okay.
it was a
Fair enough. But I don't, he was popped for Clen or whatever it is, clenbuterol. And then he even admitted that in the Piers Morgan thing. Piers Morgan called him out on it. I don't believe Canelo Alvarez is a natural boxer. I believe for at least 40 of his fights, I'm not going to say much, but that's what I'm going to say. Right? That's what's happened. Even Floyd Mayweather said, and I believe Floyd Mayweather is clean. Right? So this shows that Canelo Alvarez deep down inside is not as confident as you think, and that is going to play into the fight. If you've been using stuff, you're finished, because boxing is a little bit like forex trading. It's mental, right? It's a mental sport. So if you're mentally not there, you're going up against someone that doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, has never drunk, has never smoked, does not have any tattoos, any piercings, right? I can't pick you over that person. I just can't. So that's what I have to say.
You're and I appreciate. By the way, I hope you come up here more often. I really appreciated your contribution to the conversation today. I respected everything you said, man. So I hope you try your best to make yourself a little bit more regular here. But I've said this during the Errol Spence fight, right? And I'll say for this one, at the end of the day, your life culminates to these moments. You're able to get away with so much on your journey with half-assing here and half-assing there. But normally there's a point where there's a real huge challenge in front of you, and it's going to highlight all of the steps you took to get to that moment to compete at the highest level. And in boxing, when you get in the ring with the best fighter that you've ever fought in your life, that's when all the little weaknesses, all the little intangibles, all those things come to surface, because you were able to get away with it with this fighter. You were able to do this with that fighter. You was able to find a way to compensate for the shortcomings. But fights like this, I see where you're going with it. When you're basically saying, when it's all said and done, Terence Crawford has prepared himself for a moment like this. The question is, has Canelo Alvarez have all the fights that he's done, has all the choices he's made in the past 5 to 6 fights, has all those options cultivated him for this particular moment, potentially with a fighter like Terence Crawford, who has focused his whole career on crossing those T's and dotting those I's? Did you cross all your T's? Did you dot all your I's? Or did you find a glitch in the matrix and was able to capitalize off it all the way through? I think Canelo Alvarez is a good fighter, maybe even a complete fighter. But you don't know what you don't know. And that test is going to be a real test on September 13th for both these guys, man. Great fight. The boxing in the boxing space, American boxing in particular, win on that fight no matter what. Appreciate you, British African American.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. A great show, man. Salute to all you guys. I don't know if you guys want to close out and say anything like this, but I got to put on this curry chicken.
We were waiting for you. You were kind of in your thing, so we were like,
man, I'm getting my
nothing. Yeah. So thank you, by the way, Ray. I'll find out if that's true, but if it is true, Ray just sent me that Charlo was offered a fight against Virgil Ortiz, and Charlo turned it down.
Yeah, I saw that. We're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Actually, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about tomorrow. We got the rest of boxing to talk about tomorrow, because we didn't talk about Floyd Schofield and Raymond Mortala. We didn't talk about Virgil Ortiz saying that about Jamel. We didn't talk about
Wardley versus Parker.
Yeah, we ain't talk about Parker versus
Fabio Wardley.
Yeah, Fabio Wardley. We ain't talk about Jao Batai just had a fight also. I think that they're working on now.
Matias versus Dalton Smith got pulled out of November.
Off the fight, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not that they got pulled off the fight because someone else won the bid, which was shocking to me. So, so now they're going to base it in Puerto Rico, which is kind of silly, but whatever.
It is what it is, and we got to talk about. It looks like Tio and Shakur is also becoming more and more real. I'm hearing rumors that the negotiation is actually going well. Tio's is being more hospitable to the offer and being more
and yeah, boxing's on fire, man. Boxing's on fire. I try to explain to people all the time, like boxing is on fire. It's a weekly sport, but it's like 52 weeks of the year, and we've now gotten in 2025 where it wasn't that long ago, man, that we just saw Conor Benn versus, Chris Eubanks Jr. It wasn't that long ago that we just saw Usyk Dubois, Bam Rodriguez versus Kafu, right? Pacquiao Barrios. Like, boxing is so hot.
Yeah,
it's happening so fast.
Fury wasn't that far ago.
Yeah, no, everything is just happening like quick. It to the point where it as we're getting closer to Canelo Crawford. And the casual fan base, Ray, they almost forgot about that. Benavidez was supposed to be the main challenger for Canelo.
Forgot.
Yeah, no, but that's the funny thing is because Benavidez himself has a hard fight coming up, right? And should he beat Yard? And I told you, Ray, Riyadh changes everything, man. Fighting Riyadh makes everybody. It's like a blast of energy,
right? They put their best foot forward to get an invite back to Riyadh. They put their best foot forward,
right? So, if Benavidez wins that, and if Beterbiev wins that, man, that is the clash of the Titans right there. Beterbiev versus Benavidez, man, woo. So, but anyway, it was a great show today, Clay. I really appreciated that 2 hour, and I keep trying to tell Clay to do more editing. If you just clip the 2 hours of us three talking, it will basically shut up everyone who said that we're all just like hugging on Crawford or we just love Crawford so much. It's like, look, man, we're a very smart panel that we can argue all the phases, and and that's what we did on that one. We did one guy who argued Crawford 10-5, one guy who argued Canelo 10-7, and one guy who had a 9-8. Like, it's a very, very even. So that was very fun to do. That was and brought out some perspectives that I bet you haven't heard from other shows too. I don't know.
You know what? And I've never seen nobody do that on the panel before. Never. That was like, yo, that's actually pretty good. I mean, we should just start writing this stuff down. Each one of us.
It's an interesting dynamic, man. It's very fun. I had a great time.
It was fun. I was laughing because I was like, Clay was like, man.
Yeah, those points where Angelo was pissing me off, bro. With his damn logic. Yeah. Nobody trying to hear no damn logic today. We trying to see Terrence Crawford. Anybody care about no damn logic? What you think this is? We're doing core math today, not regular math. We're doing core math, bro. 2 + 2 is about 4, not 4.
We ain't trigonometry.
No, it's funny, man. It's funny. I told you guys, I'm just waiting for Crawford. Right now, I think Crawford's plus 160. That's not enough, man. I needed to say plus 300.
I got the plus 157. I caught that
150. Okay, plus 1. Yeah, I'm waiting for all the Canelo fans to get here. They're gonna get all juiced up fight week. They're gonna be like, oh man, they're gonna go bet heavy. And then when that mug gets the plus 300, Ray, I'm walking my ass to casino. I'm like, I'd like
you're not far
on Terrence Crawford.
I got a spot by me because we got the casinos in Jersey. But I got a spot by me. I'm not in the Atlantic City area. That's south, way south, like an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got a spot up here. I can just go right around the corner too. But yeah, man.
Shout out to FanDuel. But that's the only free one you ever get. Give me a holler, man. We looking for some sponsorship over here. That's about it. You heard? So you're gonna get right down and say your name. You see what it is. Get on the train while you still can. Salute to everybody on the panel, man. Salute to everybody in the channel today, man. We had a good little outing, about 80 plus people on points in time, man. Guys, remember to hit that like button if you haven't done it. Don't you walk out of here, Willis, without hitting that damn like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take that opportunity. Hit that subscribe button. Hit the bell icon. Don't just get up and go. Hit the bell icon next to it so you make sure you're getting notifications when we're doing these type of pop-up lives. Salute to everybody in the building. Salute to all the super chats, all the support today on the channel. Goes a long way. Thank you guys, man. You guys can thank him and we out of here, man.
Yeah, no, you good, man. You good. I'm good.
And on that note, it's your boy Clay. It's your boy Rain. It's your boy Angelo Reyes in the building. And at this point,
I would make it this far, they hated, they never believe me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say, I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back, you ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand.